8 minutes past the hour, a brand new day, a brand new hour has started with the Good Time Gang. Thank you so much for being with us. The kickoff hour is live here on the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you for making us part of your day. If you'd like to join in the conversation, please feel free to do so. The number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go back to unscreened phone calls, which I know a lot of you love, and that's where we just answer you live on the air. Sometimes we regret it. Sometimes it's just gold. But whatever the case, you help produce this hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, the Good Time Gang, as I mentioned, we are here. Eddie Van Adler, Greg Burgess to my right, Helmsy to my right. Welcome in, boys. How are y'all? Y'all good today?
Hey.
Excellent. Excellent day.
Fire it up.
Yes.
Everybody
Let's
fire
go.
it up.
Let's do it.
Let's do this right now.
Greg's fired up.
We fired up. Y'all fired up. Frank Caliendo is going to jump on Zoom with us today. Love old Frankie. And we hadn't seen him in a while. He'll be actually at Zany's in Nashville coming up on August the 16th. His tour is you know what? It just sounds crazy to think that it's been over a year and some change where, you know, all these comedians and these artists have been able to tour and do shows and all that. And, you know, he's been back at it a little bit. But to see a full schedule here where he is hopping all over the country is you know, that's nice to see. And so Frank Caliendo, one of his stops will be in Nashville at Zany's. Which is a great room, and he will join us a little bit later in the show today. Also, don't forget to go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, just a little bit longer for the World Games VIP contest that we got going on at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest right there. You got a VIP that you could win. Also, a meet and greet with Sarah Evans and Randy Owen of Alabama. Willamette could spin. There's just a lot out there today. We have some news out of the Olympics, too. You know, we always try to protect the audience, but then NBC starts interviewing them about halfway through the show, so it's like, okay, and then they start tweeting it out, so it's like, all right, do we protect the audience, or do we just –
They see it.
I mean, they see
they
it,
don't,
I think.
They don't, and here's why I know that, because last night we're sitting there, and the Carey kid, is it Carey, the last name? Jade Carey, the girl that won gold last night.
On the floor.
So we're sitting there, and Amanda has no clue. She has
Really?
gone through the entire day, and that's, I think that's a lot of people. They just go. They don't listen to certain details. They just go about their day. And last night she's sitting there. She's going, "Oh, I didn't realize she was performing this tonight." And I said, "Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, okay."
Well, the average American's pretty busy.
Hey, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
What happened? I'm not telling
Well,
you.
luckily she didn't hear it because we talked about it on our show too, so we didn't
Correct.
spoil it for
Yeah.
her either.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So
my
that's
point.
good.
Everybody's talking about it. Some people just choose not to listen.
Right.
I get that. I've done that on a lot of these that are pre-done. I don't know who
Yeah.
wins
Right.
because I didn't hear it throughout the day.
Sure.
But nobody's hiding it from them.
No.
No.
Simone Biles and the balance beam. The results are in, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Just wait.
Bronze.
Yeah, you can say
Okay,
it.
there it is.
You
She
can
won.
say it.
The Chinese won gold and
right.
silver, and Simone Biles wins bronze.
Yeah, we were talking, and again, I'm not going to go into it. But and good,
That means he's
good for
gonna go
her.
into
Good
it.
for her. But I just got to thinking. I wonder if one of them Chinese girls would have went to the coach and said that she was having anxiety and all, how they would have handled it.
Sure.
Probably a little different.
Probably a
Don't you
little
think? Get out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay, man up. That's what they
Yeah.
do.
Oh, they say.
And I'm not saying that's what should happen. I'm just saying the way the Chinese run that ship, I bet they don't have that option. You know,
No,
Probably
they don't.
not. Probably
They don't.
not.
Well, that's why they're winning gold and silver.
After-
That's why.
when they were taken from their
I'm
parents
sure
as
they-
children and sent
Greg.
off training, and they've probably never seen their family again.
Greg, I would go as far to say they probably have more anxiety over there with
Oh, I
their
bet
team
they do.
than our team.
Yeah.
I bet their mental health is a little different than ours too,
Right.
as far as
Oh, boy.
big, huge general
Yeah.
statement there.
Mm.
Do you know other thing I've noticed just coming in and out of the Olympic coverage, and I'll, you know, by the way, forgot Shepard Smith was on CNBC.
Yeah.
Forgot all about it until he was like setting up one of the Olympic events, and it was track and field. And I'm just flipping through, and so I'm not sitting down and just watching it. I'm just coming in and out of it, you know. And then I'll go to something else, and I have another topic that Greg was involved in just a little bit last night that we got to bring up. But one thing that when it comes to the Olympics and the Olympic coverage and all this kind of stuff, you know, you forget, you know, how long of a journey it's been for a lot of these athletes, and they're just done. But again last night with the track and field. We have another one. I think it was in Netherlands or somebody. He false started, and on the and I mean,
was it the finals?
No, it was one of the heats.
Yeah,
but
still,
guys, he's done. I mean, he's and I know
Britain did it in the final.
Yeah,
I was like, that really has to hurt.
And we've talked about this, but it happened. I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, so you've waited, you've gone all the way to Tokyo, you've trained, it's your turn, and you false start. Now, and you're done. I mean, you're done. And he has to walk off, and the helpers there in Japan, that they don't give a rip. So they're going into his face saying, you go this way. Go this way. He has to walk off. He's mad.
If I'm wrong, and I may be. False start in swimming, you don't get disqualified, do you? If you just do it once.
I thought you get one. It seems like you ought to get one warning. Hey,
I thought the other
warning.
night when the guy in the finals, and I may have misunderstood this, I think it depends on how egregious it is. Like,
yes, if it's within
he left so early,
right?
They time it, and if it's within a certain range, you're disqualified.
That's right.
If it's not, like if it's just barely, then they may give you another shot.
Correct. Yeah, they said it was within I forget what kind of time range, but they had a discussion. So like it took 30 seconds, and everybody's walking back, and he's standing there behind his number, and then all of a sudden, the helper comes out, and they got a card, and he pulls it out of his backpack, and the card, and he holds it up, and it's red. and when he held up red, he's like, okay, he's dead.
Can you imagine that? You got all the trials, the training.
I'm like, gosh almighty. That would happen to me.
There's something else, too, that's going on that I felt bad. I think it was an American that this happened to. I was watching the women's 400 heats yesterday where they take the top two qualify.
Right.
Yeah. Well, towards the end, they will pace themselves.
Yeah.
Because they do not want to use it all before they actually do in the finals. And they paced themselves. They went too far back, and somebody went ahead of them, and they didn't even qualify.
I've seen that a couple. They check up at the line, and somebody leans.
And I was like, good night. And you could tell it was just sick as her stomach because she thought she was doing the right thing the way she was doing it. And I get why they're doing it, but it cost her, and now she can't. She's not on to the semifinal.
Well, we won't have these kind of stories. How about Irish welterweight boxer Aiden Walsh?
Yeah,
has withdrawn because he hurt his ankle celebrating.
Yeah,
he was jumping up and down in the air.
True,
he's out.
He's out. We have that today.
Attaboy.
Gosh almighty!
And the girl that did the feet first dive.
Oh,
of course, she's come out being dramatic. Hey, look, it's part of it. No big deal. We know you. Hey, you've won medals in the past. We know you're good. She's like, it ain't gonna be the end of me. It happened. I mean, she put this long explanation, and look, it's part of it.
Remind me to tell y'all something in the break.
Okay.
When it comes to some of these stories.
So would y'all agree the long jump has to be one of the hardest things? You got to time it down.
That's a tough one.
Okay, and so in the women's long jump. This no crowd thing, I know it's got to be hard because you got to, it's just, you depend on that, the crowd to kind of just get you going to the next level. Well, one of the athletes, she was standing there before, and she'd be like, come on, everybody, let's clap, get me going. And there's two people going.
Who's clapping? The officials?
You're like, wow, I don't know.
The guy with the card that ejects you, is he clapping?
You poor thing. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Something I forgot that was going on because I don't enter that world when it comes to channel surfing and Olympic coverage. I just want to bring up briefly. We don't spend a whole lot of time on it, but I just didn't know that somebody was still performing and doing something that I grew up watching.
Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The kickoff hour is live. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, we appreciate you making us part of your day. Frank Caliendo will join us a little bit later in the show. He's going to be in Nashville August 16th at Zany's. We'll talk to him about that. Catch up with old Frank Caliendo. Also, don't forget Willamette could spin today. That's there for you. Don't go anywhere because you never know. All right, so we were talking this last segment. We were just kind of jumping around. Simone Biles wins the bronze in the balance beam, and so that's been a conversation that's just happening live in Tokyo, and so that's a big news story. And I feel better. It's like USA Today, Fox, everybody's starting to blow up with notifications on what she's done. So that's there for you. But last night, I am, and I got to bring you into the loop on something, Helmsy, that you're not going to believe off air. Apologize to all of you. It could be on air soon, but I got to bring you in on something. And so I'm sitting there last night, and I'm hopping around. And if I'm going to sit down and watch the Olympics, I go NBC, USA Network.
Yeah.
Then I jump over. The NBC's got its own Olympic channel.
Yeah.
Then I go back over to CNBC. It's all the NBC affiliates. I'm flipping around to see where I want to land.
By the way, when the description that's on there is never what it is.
No, it's not.
That bothers me too.
It does. Yeah. And so because part of my surfing is USA Network.
Yeah.
I jumped over there and I noticed that they did not cover the Olympics for a couple of hours because the WWE Raw was on.
Okay.
And I guess, Monday night and all this kind of stuff. And so I hit it right where
did you stop for a while?
I did. And it brought back memories. I stopped and landed on, I guess, the current, and y'all please forgive me, all of you WWE fans. The current champion was in the ring and his manager was calling out Goldberg. We all remember Goldberg, right? Goldberg. Yeah. And so JC is in the kitchen, and he's trying to, don't get me started, he's trying to make something, and Terry's trying to help him learn how to make a certain favorite food that he likes. And so they're in there, and she's overseeing it, going, no, do this, whatever. And all of a sudden he turns around. I'm like, son, you don't know about Goldberg? And I didn't think Goldberg was actually going to come out. Because I
know.
I was like, I love Goldberg. I mean, this is awesome.
Goldberg,
and I'm like, I had no idea that he was still around doing stuff.
Oh,
and
when
so
Taylor was a little boy,
oh
he
my
thought
gosh,
Goldberg,
man,
he'd try to spear people.
Yes. And so this guy calls out Goldberg, and before I know it, here comes Goldberg.
He comes out.
He's standing there, and my gracious, he still looks like he could just take you in a second. Now, of course, his goatee's looking like mine, pretty gray.
Well, he's 54.
Yeah.
He's y'all's age.
But he looks about 40, maybe 35. Yeah. I'll put it this way. If he didn't have a gray goatee, he looked real young. All right, so still looks exactly the way you think he does. Okay, just remember now he's a little thinner, but he's still cut and all this. All right, so he comes out and he's talking to the current champ, and I had no idea his son is in the audience.
Really?
And
does he look like Goldberg?
Well, no, he looks about like JC, JC's age.
I'm looking at him right now. Wow.
And so Goldberg says, I'm coming back and blah 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 blah, and the next big pay-per-view deal, and blah blah blah, I'm gonna get you, and you scared, whatever. So everybody's like screaming Goldberg, Goldberg, and so he walks off, right? But then the manager comes over and he starts giving it to his son. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to get your dad. I'm going to kill your dad and all this kind of stuff. Well, of course, Goldberg's not going to have that. And so he starts from where he comes out in full sprint.
Did he spear him?
Spears the manager. Okay, I'm just form tackles him, shoulder right to the midsection. Okay, and just slams him into the ground. I'm just screaming. I found myself acting like a little. I started screaming Goldberg. And JC's looking over. I'm like, you don't know about Goldberg? He would get in a 3-point stance and just absolutely spear you. That was his takeout move.
That was in the spear.
But his son, you could tell he's new to this, and he was trying not to laugh. And so he was looking at the manager, and he was like trying to give a mean face, but it was like him almost wanting to smile a little bit. But the story about all this is I just didn't know because I'm not in the WWE world. I had no idea that Goldberg was still a thing.
He was long gone.
But then Hobie says, yeah, he's making his big comeback tonight or whatever. So he says he's been gone this whole time, and now he's coming back.
If Ric Flair can still do it, why not Goldberg?
Yeah.
Flair's 70-something.
Golly. But Goldberg, he's still got it.
He does.
Huh?
I saw him walking out, and I was like, well, he looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah. And they showed this one dude. He looked about like he was 7 feet tall, and like somebody had chiseled him or something. And I'm like, where do they find these guys?
I know.
Good gracious alive.
Yeah,
but I found myself. I landed there for a while.
Oh, you don't think I'm gonna watch this in its entirety in the break?
I forgot the Olympics were on for a second.
Well, yeah. I was Goldberg's back. Are you kidding me?
Who didn't love screaming Goldberg?
Everybody loved Goldberg.
How about when he would get down in that 3-point stance? You're like, here it comes, here it comes.
The crowd goes nuts.
And I told JC the guy would act like he's dazed and confused, and he'd spin around, and here it came.
Isn't he a former Georgia Bulldog?
I
That's
think
why he played
so.
college.
Yeah. Are you ready for this? And I have this story wrong. Are you ready for this? I have it completely wrong, and don't laugh at me. I had him as a roommate with The Rock for a while, or they knew each other.
Roommate?
Yeah, like a football, because The Rock played at Miami, right?
Yeah.
And I had them at some point.
So Goldberg played at Georgia and The Rock played at Miami. You had them rooming together?
Yeah, I had told people that back in the day. I thought that was true.
You and people rooming with people, you've got a history of getting that wrong. You know?
Or rooming, or knew each other, or played together, or something. I just had it wrong. I had it wrong.
They room together.
But somebody was walking around telling the story that I told them.
I'm completely wrong. To Google Goldberg and The Rock rooming together.
What if I have it right?
Oh God! What if it was when they were in like an NFL camp or something?
Yeah, maybe that was it.
I doubt.
I had them being buddies.
In your mind, that would have been sharp.
Picture those two coming down the alley at you. Hey, Speedy Goldberg. I mean, he's real, but I mean, his character is just a character, buddy. All right. They kind of made my night though. So JC sat down and was like, "Oh, buddy, we're gonna start looking at old videos. You kidding me? Sit down here, son."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour. We're sitting around shooting the bull, ready for Rick and Bubba to join us right after the top of the hour. The main show will start then. Until then, it's the Good Time Gang holding the fort down. It is Eddie Van Adler. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. As we went to break, Helmsy was watching with Greg the WWE last night. And I just stumbled on it because I was looking for Olympic coverage on the USA Network that has WWE Raw. And so I guess the return of Goldberg was there. And his son was involved with him coming out, which was pretty good. But it brought back a ton of memories.
It did.
And JC got a kick out of it. My kids, now Reese kind of early on, he was kind of into the wrestling thing.
Yeah.
And he loved it. Matter of fact, we even went to a Monday Night Raw at the BJCC in Birmingham years ago. JC and Tyler, not really, but
I never was, but my dad and my brother were.
Yeah, I was.
Dad would even claim it was the only sport that was real.
That's funny.
He would go that far with it.
Oh yeah.
And
what do you mean it's not?
And so they would bring me in, and I'd be forced to watch it.
Yeah.
Back then we didn't have a TV in every single room, and you just go pick and choose what you want to watch. You had to watch. We might have had 2 TVs, and you had to watch what everybody else was watching.
Right.
Oh yeah. And you get up and turn the channel.
Yeah.
Well, that was probably before your time.
It was. We had a remote back then.
We had to get up and change the channel.
Yeah.
You didn't have a lot of channels either.
I was the remote then.
Yeah.
And my dad had get up and turn the channel. Yes, sir. So kind of a news update or a story update here. Remember we were talking about this quarterback in high school, top quarterback being recruited in the state of Texas. He had committed verbally to Texas and thought he was going to go, decommitted, and then said, I'm going to Ohio State. And remember, we were talking, I guess, a week or two ago about how he was thinking about skipping his senior year of high school to enroll at Ohio State so that he could still go ahead and start getting some NIL money. And they're saying that he has potential to make a pretty good amount. Well, he's made it official that he is going to skip his senior year of high school to enroll at Ohio State.
Wow.
So that's the first big story that we have gotten when it comes to NIL and people and kids just going out. You know what I'm going to do? I can't make money now, so I'm going to go ahead, forego my senior year, be done with high school. He only had one online class that he had to finish, and that was English. And then he would graduate from high school, which would then allow him to make money.
What do you think? What do you think is next? So do the athletic associations across the country start going, okay, we didn't really think this was going to be that big a deal. Now it's immediately impacting us. Do you think they give in and start letting high school players do this, or do you think they go? Their stance is, y'all go to college, and high school, the other kids that are in high school can just continue to play.
Well, I heard somebody make a point today that they think a lot of these kids are taking advantage of it before. Like somebody may go, let's put some restrictions on this where they can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And what you talking about when they get to Ohio State?
Yeah, like
or whatever college they're going to.
Past something that you can't leave high school and go.
Now, would the Alabama High School, would the high school associations have to do that, or would the NCAA have to do that, or would it be combined?
Because there's some kind of the whole Texas law is it's legislation.
It's like a UIL.
Is that who's their high school association?
Yeah,
I have no
it
idea.
is.
They're the ones that came up with you have to be completed all your
right, and they informed him that they would still prohibit him from profiting while he by his name, image, and likeness while still in high school. So that's why he said, okay, well then I'm officially done. Now he is 18 and has offers from local and national companies to profit off his name, image, and likeness. And so they say that he's already set up to do pretty well. He claims, okay, now follow me on this. He claims that it's not about the money. It's about him going ahead and getting to Ohio State, and it's best for his football career, and that's what he wants to do. So he's the first big time recruit that says, I will skip my senior year and go ahead so I can start making money and enroll in school.
Huh. I've heard it in other sports. We had a kid that skipped his senior year of baseball and came play with us, and it was a weird deal. And he was very immature and young, and missed his family. And the first 2 or 3, I guess. Well, the first year I know didn't go well for him. A lot of homesickness and stuff like that, and obviously missing his friends. But I didn't know.
Not the same. Well, you remember Bryce
Harper? The football
thing's
a different deal.
Bryce Harper took his GED.
He did,
so he could go to junior college and play better competition because he, high school.
I know.
You remember because they caught a little grief for that.
Yeah.
And then because he wasn't eligible to be drafted yet.
Yeah, I've heard this in other sports, but specifically baseball, but never in football.
I didn't know this. You remember what was the running back at LSU years ago? Anyway, he's on ESPN now. And he was talking this morning because he said we had the similar thing. He said his high school was his quarterback was John David Booty.
Remember? I remember that name.
And said that his dad was their high school coach. Well, they fired his dad after his junior year. So he just went ahead and graduated and went on. He played at USC and just went on to USC. He said this has happened before.
Yeah.
Not for this reason.
Right.
But,
not in the NIL era.
Yeah. But he was basically like, well, y'all fired my dad. I'm not going to play for y'all. Yeah. So he just went ahead and graduated and went on.
See, and that actually makes sense. Yeah, I get that.
I heard interesting commentary from Feinbaum yesterday. I flipped over to the SEC network, and they were discussing Texas and Oklahoma and the financial hit that the Big 12 is going to take when they leave, but also this announcement that they're going to stay till 2025, and none of us believe that, and neither does he.
It says here they're already suing, trying to get out of that.
Yeah, and he said it's really not. He said it's really not going to be a good atmosphere for Texas and Oklahoma. He goes, think about it. So they've already told the Big 12, I'm out. So now you're still going to stay and play with all those people for years. He goes, he said when I think it was the Southwest Conference when Arkansas announced they were going to leave, it got real ugly there because they said we're out. And so he's like, I don't see it. He didn't say, hey, it's going to be next year. But I would think at least 2023
I
at the latest.
I would agree. I would go if it's not 2022, it's 2023.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't remember the details, but I looked it up the other day when Missouri and A&M came to the SEC. They came the next year.
It was immediate, wasn't it?
He said, "Well, you know why? Because you told them, hey, I'm breaking up with you, but you can still stay. You can still stay. The atmosphere and everything's just going to be awful.
Well, and you got to replace them too. So if you're going to keep the conference together, you have to bring new blood in.
Yeah.
So if you bring new blood in, old blood's got to go.
Right.
Have you seen this?
Not sure why I was going blood.
The other day, we came in and announced that here we go again. ESPN radio personality Mark Ryan, not sure who that is, cites his own sources in a tweet that claims Clemson and Florida State have reached out to the SEC.
Okay, now I saw Barrett Sallee and others. They tweeted out yesterday and said that they have never. I loved his tweet. He said Florida State and Clemson have not reached out to the SEC. Twitter is not real. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Some
Mark
people
Ryan seems to disagree. Whoever Mark Ryan is.
So I guess you got these insiders are all arguing about did it happen or did it not. You have some saying that that's fake, but then others are saying no, it actually happened. So I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know.
That does sound a little ridiculous.
So if you're one of these, if you're Oklahoma State,
I heard Notre Dame reached out to the SEC.
That was in here too.
If you're Oklahoma State,
guys, we said that the other day about Texas and Oklahoma. We laughed about it.
Right.
I didn't really laugh about it because if you look over the course of 20, 30 years in college football, there have been moves like this. There have been conversations like this.
I got to be honest with you. If I'm just being totally honest, it is so surprising to me.
Really?
Yes. I can't believe it's happening. It's almost like it's not real.
So let's.
Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Those are. I mean, good night.
Well, so if you're
huge.
Oklahoma State, if you're TCU, if you're Texas Tech, what is your mindset right now? Are you going? Do we need to jump into Big Ten? Do we need to go out west? What do we need to find somebody just to come back in here and join and save this thing?
Well, yeah.
These are the conversations that are going on. I'd love to be in those rooms.
The ESPN headline, Big 12 commissioner warns a 50% hit to TV contract value after they leave for the SEC.
Oh, yeah.
So they're all very concerned.
That's a big deal. A lot of money.
And Nebraska's sitting over there in the Big Ten now going, well, I'm sure glad we left.
Yeah. Good night. So there you go. And I know this is bigger than just football. There's other sports affected, but my goodness. These are two big programs, boys, Texas and Oklahoma. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. It's about 1:45. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show right after top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you run a small business or really any business, but you're looking for the right person for the hire, then let us suggest LinkedIn Jobs. They make it easier to find and hire the best candidates for what you're looking for. And as a listener and viewer of this show, it's free. So go right now because your first job post is free at linkedin.com/Bubba. Post that job for free, and as a listener and viewer of the show, you can hopefully find that person that you're looking for. There's always a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. But as I said, free. It is a free posting. That first job posting is free at linkedin.com/Bubba. Take advantage of that today as part of the Rick and Bubba Army. All right, so we're back. We're just kind of hopping around. Frank Caliendo will be with us about an hour and a half from now. He's going to be in the Nashville market coming up August 16th at Zany's in Nashville. Great room there. He's also hopping around to all kinds of different places, and we'll go over that and catch up with Frank a little bit later in the show today. We've been also looking at different news, talking some SEC. We've been giving you an update on the big high school recruit quarterback that's going ahead and skipping his senior year of high school. Update there. He's going to enroll in Ohio State. That's the first big recruit.
So he can start making a little money.
When it comes to the NIL and that. We've updated on the Olympics. So I think we're pretty good as Rick and Bubba come up to join us here in a few. Today, National Watermelon Day. I don't know where y'all are on watermelon. I like watermelon.
Allergic to it.
I like cantaloupes better. I forgot you were allergic to it.
Yeah, I did forget that you were
I
allergic
like
to
it. I like the taste of it, but it's not just the watermelon. I know it's going to sound weird, but it's the watermelon mixed with something. So and I've been told it's some kind of pollen deal.
Oh, here you go.
And so
if you were in here eating the watermelon, you'd be okay?
I think I'd be fine.
Okay.
I may have a little scratchy throat, but I don't think it'd completely swell up, and y'all'd have to hit me with an EpiPen. But if I was in the right environment with watermelon, it'd get ugly.
I'll tell you, when it comes to watermelon, I have a very lazy approach, and I apologize for this. Because if it's served, I'll eat watermelon. But it just comes with a mess.
I don't want to have to do. I want it cut up in little chunks before I get there and it's in a bowl.
Does that make me bad?
Because I'm the same way. It's a mess. What am I going to do with the rind?
Yeah,
I saw a parent this weekend at the tennis tournament. There were, y'all saw this on Marco Polo, but all these tables and
want
stuff.
Them cold.
Yes. This guy brought out it looked like a big plastic bag, almost like a garbage bag. Okay. And he brings out this entire watermelon, and he has his knife. Okay. And he just sits down while he's watching, and he just starts carving, and he starts eating.
Really?
And that was, I guess, his lunch.
He just reached in.
And he just sat there and watched tennis and hammered this watermelon.
Was he spitting seeds?
To see him walk up with it, carrying it like a football, and have a bag in one hand and a knife in that hand, and then carrying the watermelon, and just to sit down and just start going at it, I thought, well, this is impressive. He means business.
We've discussed this before, salt or no salt.
I change it up. I like salt on it, but I don't eat it like that all the time.
I'm the same way. I don't have to have it, but if it's there, I'll go, give me that salt.
Yeah.
But guys, I have to be very careful.
Is that
I have to be very, very careful with this product.
Give me that salt. I like cantaloupe better than I do melon. I like a good cantaloupe.
That's something I do not like.
Woo! Cold cantaloupe. You kidding? Golly.
Talk to Daddy.
I like it.
I just not.
I like it.
I like it.
All.
There's also, and this is where
honeydew.
I have to be. I have to be careful here, and I have to listen to, I have to listen to myself and when I'm saying don't say anything. But, there's multiple national days, and that bothers y'all. There's one today that I don't know that I don't think we're mature enough to discuss it. So I'll just leave it at that.
Well,
y'all can Google it yourself.
There's a lot of things out there that we're not mature enough to discuss in our 12-year-old minds.
I'm probably going to get in trouble for this.
Why don't we do this? We talk about the Olympics every 4 years. Why don't we do these days every 4 years? That way we spread them out, and everybody will have their own day every 4 years.
Yeah.
Instead of having 4 on one day.
Right.
Yeah, well, it can't be watermelon, pickle. We can't be sharing days.
Yeah.
What is today's day? You're not going to tell us, really?
Go ahead.
We can handle it.
Are we mature enough
to
handle it?
Not.
We can handle it. And
I mean, it's like legit. I mean, I'm not like
you're reading it straight off of the
Yeah.
I say, well, then it's public knowledge.
We
So
only
what
got
are you
a few
doing? You're
minutes.
just reporting it.
I'm at nationaldaycalendar.com.
All right.
And here it is.
Go with it.
National Grab Some Nuts Day. It is where they want you to grab a handful.
It's much worse than I even thought.
So someone sat down, whoever this is that comes up with these days, and said, "Hey, we need to honor nuts for that day. Hey, let's call it Grabbing Nuts Day.
Right.
Why don't we do that?" See, that sounds like one of us joking.
Right.
And then they wrote it down.
And here's the reason they say it. They said, open the can, open the jar, and grab a handful. Now, if it's
so you don't grab, but you grab yours or someone else's.
See this?
I'm being mature. I'm being mature. This is the new me.
Yeah. They're like,
Well, if they call
it's
it
a
that,
perfect,
they're asking for
it's a perfect snack. To get you to where you need to be. Maybe it's
I
a midday
almonds.
snack.
Oh, I love a midday nut snack.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, walnuts, peanuts, whatever.
We might have a serious nuts are a big part of my life, guys. I eat them every single day.
Yeah.
These nuts, is that in there? You were listening.
You know what? I want to slap myself right here. I want to slap myself because I'm dumb.
Well, you just know that I was mature enough to handle it, and I prefer them glazed.
Now, do I wish that it had a different name? Yes, I do. I wish that today wasn't named the way they named it.
Well, yeah, they're
Especially
asking for it.
And they even like for social media do hashtag and then the title.
So we got to go back to Watermelon Day. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I think we are. I think that's where
let's
we're
just
landing.
go back to Watermelon.
But anyway, I don't, and I can't.
Right now, what is your favorite nut? Right now, if you went in that kitchen
almond.
and all nuts were available in any form or fashion, what would you go with?
I have been landing on pistachios.
No,
I have
serious?
been. Yes, I have been.
I like
Almonds,
those, but that wouldn't be my go-to.
I like just dry roasted regular peanuts.
What about pecans?
Oh,
Lightly softed.
Glazed pecans.
I like
is my
pecans.
favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Glazed pecans right now is my favorite.
I like them just plain, and then I like them with all the little cinnamon ones.
Hated pecans growing up, and I don't know if it was. I don't know
you
why.
Work hard for them.
And my parents always had them around and loved them and blah. But I can't get enough of pecans.
If you can get them shelled, see, but when you have to shell them yourself,
that's a big
you remember
deal.
having the big bowl in the metal cracker?
Yes,
that came with it.
Yes, the same one you'd use for crabs, I guess.
And then
Crab
some people
claw.
had that. It was made out of like cast iron. It was like a Datsun, and you grab its tail and it would crunch them.
It's good stuff.
We've had a lot of memories this hour.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: when you're cracking them yourself, you get that bitter part sometimes.
You do.
That may be what messed you up.
Well.
You know where I land with nuts and eating them on their own? Like, just give me a can.
much time we got?
Just give me a can and I'll eat them. But I don't like them in my food. Is that not weird?
I'm kind of that
I'm with
way.
you on that.
I mean, I can
I'm with
eat.
you on that.
I like a good trail mix.
Yeah, like for it, huh?
That's not the same. He's talking about like in a brownie or a casserole.
Is that weird about me? Because I'll eat them on my own, but I don't want them in my food.
It doesn't make me not eat the food, but I would rather not.
Like, I don't want them in my peanut butter.
No, I don't like crunchy.
No, I just give me creamy.
Hang in there, Greg. Just a few seconds.
You know? I'm just saying, I don't know that.
So
what
you're
that
excited about Grab My Nuts Day?
There you go.
I knew it.
There it is.
I knew it. It is officially, if you go to
That's
the
what it
calendar,
says.
that is the official name of it. And
Okay.
unfortunately, we're not mature enough to pull off conversation
Well,
about
I didn't make the name.
No, we are.
I'm sticking back to
You and I
watermelon.
are.
I'll just stay at watermelon.
it. All right.
How about the watermelon needs to be really cold? Have you ever like put them in a cooler and pile ice on them?
Buddy, let me tell you something. Is that not the best?
Ooh, in the middle of summer?
Oh, my goodness.
What you talking about? Spitting seeds? You like yellow meated or red meated?
Red.
Now I'll venture off into yellow meated.
Yeah.
Something about you and those. You really, really like melons, I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm watermelon's my least favorite. Cantaloupe's my favorite.
You like a cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Well, then again, watermelon may be ahead of honeydew.
All right. I'm going to pot y'all down now and go to break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Much to do as we go forward on the program. We'll start with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, much to do on the program going forward. We thank you for being here. Frank Caliendo returns to the Rick and Bubba Show today. We'll chat with him. He is out and on tour. Your chance to see him in the Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. We'll talk to him, and you can get all his tour dates as he is out moving around. Also, Will and me could spend at any moment on the program. It's another week. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, including the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, our YouTube channel, and our podcast archives. There he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Come on and let yourself in. Come on. Well, you ready to unpack another one there, Bus?
Rick, I'm ready to go. I hope everybody else is doing well. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, your show for gold, silver, and bronze medals.
That's right. So we have the I did get an opportunity last night because Sherry and I like track and field. Got to watch some really fast people run last night.
Boy, in the rain, too.
A lot of running.
How about when you're running hurdles
in
the rain? And I thought, wow, you've trained all this time, and you're going to have to run in a rainstorm.
What about when you run in a rainstorm, and it's as if the hurdles don't exist, and you just go over them like they're nothing?
Rick, I tell you, I am so amazed at how smooth they are doing that.
Unbelievable.
I mean, of course, they train for that, but wow, they're good at what they do. They can really, really run.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fast folks out there, most of them Americans. And so we boy, I'm telling you.
Did you see that one? I think it was the 400 meter. The guy that won it, he looked older. He was balding on top, but he took the longest strides I had ever seen.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of them are shorter steppers, and but boy, he was long striding it. And they showed that overhead camera shot, I guess, from a drone. and you could see how much his stride was because he had white shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Is
that the guy from the Bahamas?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
He looks like
he looks like he's about 40.
Yeah, he looks like he's like your science teacher or something.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But he's rolling.
Hey, he ran off and left him.
So anyway, we got I know we talked about last hour the Simone Biles did go back and do the balance beam.
She overcame her twisties.
Yep.
Which is I guess the gymnastics equivalent to the. Are y'all gonna say it? That you have in baseball.
I'm certainly not saying it.
Right.
Well, you're not catching
It may
ground
affect
balls.
my day.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
As soon as I do that, the podcast doesn't upload appropriately.
That's facts right there.
Well, we won't say it here. Yep. And
Yeah, right.
so anyway, I'm glad for her that she got back out there.
But is it really? Is any of this anything compared to the award that Gerald Case just won?
Well, I know.
We're
Is
gonna
that not crazy?
Greg,
talk
that's
about
the funniest
that.
thing ever.
We'll talk about
I
that.
forgot. I talked to him yesterday. I forgot to bring that up.
Greg, how'd you not?
You know what? That's on you.
But
That's on me.
Rick, she did not do the most complicated dismount that she could do, and that hurt her scoring ability in it. Of course, the Chinese took silver and gold. But you know what? I'm glad she's back out there, and hopefully she's worked her way through all that and can go on and still compete and, do her thing.
I think that's it for her.
Yeah, well, like you said, like you guys were talking about. Now, somehow I get the feeling that the Chinese gymnasts are not allowed to go over to their coach and say, "I think I'm out."
Yeah,
I'm mentally not here today.
I don't know how many times you've seen a Chinese
food for you.
gymnast go, I don't feel like performing today.
Tell you what,
I've got the twisties.
You better get over and you better show us something, or we're going to drop you in Wuhan.
Yeah.
And look, I do understand, like we were talking about Friday, it's a totally different thing in sports because of the height that they're at and the position they're trying to land. Your timing's got to be on. It's not like you're hanging curveballs, but it was just foreign to us, the idea that I'm not gonna go out there. It's just, and I don't know if that makes her brave or not, but it's just I'm supporting her. I'm happy for her. I'm glad she's back out there, but it's still just foreign to a lot of us that grew up in the Big Three to go, hey, I'm not going out there.
Let me ask you this: when the Olympics started, did you have any idea that Simone Biles would come back with one bronze? That's it.
No.
What did the team end? Did they get a
silver
maybe? So she'll come back with a couple of things, but
yeah,
considering
she did participate in the team competition,
what we were expecting. Well, that's right. Right. But will she get one because she's on the team?
She'll probably
she
get
will.
one. But,
yeah, she did.
But considering the build up, I mean, I was looking for 4 or 5 gold medals.
Yeah. And what's capable?
Well, do you know why? Do you know why you were looking for that? Because going into it, she was supposed to be the best in the world.
Probably the best of all time.
Yeah.
If mental health is not mentioned in this, people are saying today she choked.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being honest about it. I'm not saying that.
Not allowed.
I'm just saying you're not allowed to say
Not
that.
allowed.
But in our day, that's what would be being said today.
Right.
The diver,
we're not allowed that anymore.
The diver who misstepped and ended up just jumping straight in the water, and now she's come out. Look, I know you're a good diver. That's fine. You just made a mistake. But she's come out with this statement about how it's not going to hold her back, and it's okay. We mess up sometimes,
Yep.
so you ain't got to make some dramatic deal about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still, come on.
Greg,
you
I
just
just
choked, but that happens.
I know I'm
Get
not.
back on the board to be quiet. Don't you have to make some long statement?
I know I'm not allowed to say it anymore, but I'm telling you, this generation and the word anxious and they just seem to lack the basic coping skills. And I'm not saying that that's the case with everyone. This is a general statement about what I see in this age people. Period. I mean, if you'll just pay attention, because they're always telling you everything about themselves. If you'll just pay attention, everything for some reason has to be documented and publicly announced. But if you'll just pay attention, they're constantly talking about stressed, anxious, nervous. Uncertain,
and really, they don't have anything to be stressed, anxious, and nervous about. I mean, they don't have to milk cows to have food. They don't have to plant the fields.
But I think you're back to the thing we talked about before. When you lived in a different, and I'm not saying, I'm glad that there's a lot of things
we don't have to do
that my children didn't have to face that children before them had to face. But what I'm saying is this. It's almost like you sometimes can have things so good and your life be so easy as far as I'm not talking about her. I know her life was hard as far as the way she grew up, but there was a time with the way that the culture was designed. These things didn't make you anxious. They didn't make you scared. They didn't make you nervous. They made you strong. Mm-hmm. And she's certainly a strong athlete. But I'm not talking about. This is not even about Simone Biles anymore. I'm talking about what I see with young people in general. And like you're talking about, I mean, there'd been a time you mess up on the dive, you go, man, good night, that looked good, didn't it? And also you get back up there and you nail it the next time.
Yeah.
And I think what we've done is we've instead it's like when you have the obstacles of life that everybody has to overcome to some degree. Some people have much harder lives than others, and her life obviously was difficult, but a lot of people's lives have been difficult. I'll bring back the Jesse Owens thing again. Sure, that was difficult. But
about fear.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, there was a time that you were taught to get stronger and push through it and deal with it.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We have a lot to do going forward on the program today, including a visit from one of our favorites, Frankie Caliendo. Frankie will be with us, and you have a chance to go see Frank. FrankOnStage.com, FrankOnStage.com for all the tour dates across the country. Looking at this, it looks like he's wrapping up Cleveland, Ohio. That's coming up next week. We got Columbus, Cleveland, Charlotte, and then also Nashville, Tennessee. So
when we say see him while you can, we really mean it.
Yes, we do. All right, so as we make our way back, we certainly are thankful, and congratulations to all the Olympians that are doing all these great things. But I will say this, there is an award that was handed out over the weekend. It was actually sent to me, was it on Twitter? Somebody had captured the picture from one of America's favorite, of course, newspapers, the Anniston Star.
Right.
It was so funny when we were growing up, all the thing about the Anniston Star and growing up in Calhoun County, Alabama, and the Red Star.
Oh, yeah.
And all this kind of stuff. Because this whole. But anyway, everybody.
Rick, it's a prestigious award. Though.
Yes, a lot of you have heard us talk about Gerald Cates.
Yeah, forget about gold medals at the Olympics. Let's talk about a real award.
Gerald Cates, they're the one and only Gerald Cates. I don't even know how to describe Gerald Cates to someone who doesn't know him. I mean, if you let's say somebody sat down, has no reference point whatsoever, and they said, "I've got 5 minutes to describe Gerald Cates to me." Can you do it?
It's complicated.
It's very complicated. He is an interesting.
Every day's a fun day.
Yeah,
he's Greg. He's Greg's friend, but he loves to annoy Greg.
We're best friends, but
he's like a nemesis.
Yes,
to
Rick.
As well. Nemesis.
He's made a decision, Rick. Each and every day, I'm going to have fun.
Have you told him what he did? The most recent thing he's done.
He's doing some work for me on this house we're renovating. And
yeah.
Getting Lisa to pick out doors was like, anyway, so she finally did, and we agreed on something. Well, he called me back the next day. He said, yeah, Lisa just sent me a text of them doors she wants. He starts describing. I said, that's not them. No, it's not. He said, well, I call her. She goes, I just got off the phone with Gerald. I don't know what you're talking about. It's the same doors.
Oh, my God.
He made it all up.
God,
he called me back. He goes, I've been sitting in my truck just laughing, thinking about the conversation you're having with Lisa.
Gosh, that's good.
I mean, she said, Greg, I just talked to him like 20 seconds ago.
Well, Rick, he didn't get a gold medal, although he probably deserves one.
Yeah.
But he has been selected.
He has. All these newspapers do the Reader's Choice Awards.
Yes.
And so the Anniston Star, where Gerald Cates lives over in Calhoun County, where Greg and Bubba and I am from.
Yeah.
So we see that there is a new category, favorite firefighter.
That's
yes,
right.
That's
He's
it.
a firefighter.
Favorite firefighter.
Now, I don't know
who
exactly
else could win that?
How you qualify for that, but clearly.
There it is.
Clearly.
All right, so he is listed as the number one firefighter in Calhoun County.
Well, of course. Who else?
Sorry, Shane, Cole, and Justin.
Why do I feel like I know Shane and Justin? I feel like I know those two, by the way.
Well, I know the Mittens. I remember them. I don't know if that's one of them. Gerald Cates, is this you, Gerald?
It is, fella.
Hey, award winning.
Gerald, congratulations on being Calhoun County's favorite firefighter.
How about that?
Well, I mean, what you say? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know where that came from. Got a call the other day, and my father-in-law called my wife and hey, the favorite firefighter.
We gotta get him out of the bathroom.
Gerald, what are you talking to? So we can't even understand you.
What?
Put the phone up to
Are you in the bathroom?
He always
Gerald?
does that.
Put your phone up to your extremely large face. We can't hear you. This is terrible. This is horrible.
Is he in the bathroom?
We caught him in the middle of a workout, but I thought he would jump out a little bit.
I tell you what, on Reader's Choice, what you wouldn't get right now is Anderson's favorite phone. It's terrible.
I can call you right back. I'm hooked up here on this Wi-Fi system, and I'm gonna have to get off of it.
Call us back.
Come on,
this is unacceptable.
Call us right back.
We want you to be Calhoun County's favorite firefighter.
I'm on this Wi-Fi system. So, yeah.
I'm glad he wasn't calling us to tell us there was a fire somewhere.
I mean, good night.
Greg, he said he didn't even know about it. Who? So did you know his buddies nominate him?
You know, I mean, Rick, he's heard here on the show. He's
listen.
worthy
If you meet
of the award.
hey, he's the most popular guy in Oxford.
No, you're right. It's
You
like
go around everybody
testing Gerald Cates.
Everybody
Testing.
loves Gerald Cates.
Now then, talk to Teddy Bear.
Teddy Bear, you're wall to wall and treetop tall.
So you didn't know?
Talk to Teddy. Come on back and talk to Teddy Bear. He's out of this old metal building now, son. I've been separating the men from the boys, son.
You been there working out?
You better know it, son. After working out there at your house, I've had to do something. Lordy mercy.
So why do you keep working and doing contract work with Greg? You know he's a terrible client.
No.
No, you know Greg's all right, man. You know he bless his little heart. Greg ain't the man I need to be talking to, though. It's his daggone wife. That's the one that makes the decision.
I know.
You know, and Greg's like the middleman. Then I'm having to dilly-dally around with him, and when he's having to dilly and call Lisa, and I just started going straight to the source. I don't fool with Greg no more. I go straight to Lisa.
Yeah, kind of like them doors the other day when you made all that up. Thanks for that.
Well, I made a little story. I'll get Greg to tell y'all about that, how I got him on that.
He did. He told me. So what about this firefighter thing? You had no idea?
No, I really didn't. I don't know. I have no idea even what was up with that. I really and truly do not. I was as surprised as anybody. But I can't say that. You know what I mean? Who better to get the award than me? You know?
Told him, the most popular guy in Oxford.
Hey! Are they going to start putting on the sign, exit 185, Oxford, Alabama, the home of Gerald Cates, Calhoun County's favorite firefighter?
Gerald, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to go in details, but I think the story that got you pushed over is the story of when y'all were fighting that forest fire and you saved that family of rabbits. You remember that story?
Oh yes, when I buried them rabbits, you showed those slick them rabbits.
Yeah.
That probably got me the award right there.
I'll tell the guys off air about that.
All right, well, Gerald,
Congratulations, Gerald.
we're just so proud of you, buddy. We don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, fellas. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one, man.
I think
buddy.
it should be Gerald Cates Day today. Here
It is.
on the
That's right.
It is going to be Gerald
Let's do
Cates
that.
Day. You can
Yes,
count on that.
that's it.
Now get back in there and show them youngins how to do it.
Separate them men from the boys.
Here he goes. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us and excited about another day and spending time together. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get into some of your phone calls coming up. Also, don't forget, we also have Wheel of Meat back in play again this week. Frank Caliendo coming up next hour. Let's talk to you about buyraycon.com/Bubba. Lots of you really enjoying the Raycons. I mean, it's, Bubba, you and I have gotten, clients over the years that have really resonated with the family, and you get a lot of feedback on them, and we're thankful for that. We have very few stories that, there's been a time or two that, a product has come here and we've told the audience about it, and, it just didn't resonate. The audience just didn't take to it, and that's not always a guarantee that the audience will take to a product. But let me tell you something. You have actually, have you taken to buyraycon.com/Bubba?
Yeah, we get a lot of positive email about this.
The E25s, the wireless earbuds from Raycon, are the best way to listen to anything. You'll find them great to use at work too. Look at him over there. Don't see how cool that thing is.
I don't leave home without them anymore.
Look at it right there, and that's that charging case that comes with it.
How about that?
Yeah, you gotta love that look, Bubba. That's right up your alley.
Sounds good when you're making a phone call too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like how they have the different gels. You're not stuck with one gel. You
I love that.
You play with them so they're more comfortable. They look cool. They're not, they don't look bizarre. If you have them on, they're very discreet. So if you would like to get yours for about half the price of what the others are wanting you to pay for the same quality, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Look at this, another 15% off and a 45-day guarantee that you love them, and if you don't, they'll replace them or give your money back. So go now to rickandbubba.com. You'll also find buyraycon.com/Bubba as a link there, and get your E25s and for about half the price of the others and another 15% off because you happen to make the choice to be in the Rick and Bubba family. All right, so Bubba, other stories.
Did you see the Clemson football player that went on a rather quick drive through town? Fred Davis II, Clemson football player, was arrested on Sunday after he drove 60 miles over the speed limit and crashed into a mail carrier on July 21st in South Carolina, according to the police. Officials said that Davis was driving 115 miles per hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone before he crashed his 2021 Dodge Charger into the back of a U.S. mail truck.
Wow.
Officials stated that the driver of the truck was injured in the accident and will require several months or longer for recovery. Davis II, though, was not injured in the incident. He turned himself in to authorities on Sunday and was charged with reckless driving.
So what happens? He said he played as a true freshman last year in 11 games for Clemson. A good player, and Clemson has released a statement saying grounds for internal discipline for misdemeanor charges like this are covered under the terms of the Clemson Student Athlete Handbook, which says that the head coach can recommend a course of action, and upon concurrence of the designated, CUAD administrator. That person can administer sanctions. I don't. Well, that's
the Clemson University athletic director.
I guess. Wouldn't you say CUAD?
I don't know.
That would make sense, Bubba. That the athletic director, though, administrator. What is that? Somebody works with the
I guess
I'm here.
It may be a go-between or some kind of.
Does it mean that somebody at the athletic director's office and the head coach will decide what happens to the kid? Is that what all that means?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's it doesn't. Prior to the arrest, he was supposed to be a big player for Clemson this year, and we'll see what happens. I don't see anything here. Was there anything involved other than I'm just in my Charger going wide open? Was there any under the influence of anything, or I don't see that?
It was a brand new one too, Rick. 2021.
Yeah, I was about to say that's an expensive car.
Yeah, it is.
Well, in all fairness, he was doing commercials for dogs.
He must have had a deal.
Right. Well, he's got a new one to do now. Rick, also in the world of college athletics, Quinn Evers, who we talked about earlier on the show, will be foregoing his senior year at South Lake Carroll High School in Texas. He is the #1 recruit in his draft class. He's going to skip his senior year and enroll early at Ohio State University. The speculation on this is, and it has been confirmed, that he's doing this so he can go ahead and sign an NIL deal.
Yep.
Too much money to pass up. Stay in high school.
Yeah, he claims it's not all financial reasons, but I mean, Come on.
Why?
Well, it may not be all financial reasons, but financial reasons are part of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the NIL, you'd still be in high school.
You talking about the straw that made the camel's back break?
Yeah.
Oh, I can make money too. But honestly, and I don't know what's going to happen this year. I hope that this new spike with the variant and all that does not lend itself to the too much more of the way that we have to do certain things. I mean, honestly, if you're sitting there playing high school football right now, you've got an NIL deal waiting on you. You want to get on to where you're going, and you're looking at another COVID-riddled fall.
Yeah,
you'd be like,
right.
I'm not fooling all that.
Yeah.
Let me just go and get over here and get settled, and when this storm passes, I'll be set up at Ohio State ready to go.
Yeah, and there's companies ready to sign him.
Yeah, I think a lot of this has to do too with the fact that Ohio State's going to have an opening at quarterback this year. And he had originally committed to Texas, but then flipped and went and committed to Ohio State. Justin Fields, of course, their quarterback, is now with the Chicago Bears. And as Speedy is mentioning, he's 18 years old. He already has offers from local and national companies to profit off of his name. One local company, and I don't know who this is, has a offer including cash and equity in the company. So now we're talking stock options.
Isn't it amazing? Can you believe what you're reading?
Boy, this thing is turned in.
Well, you know what? While it's going to cause him to leave high school early, if he's successful, it might cause him to stay at Ohio State longer,
right?
Too. I don't know. I mean, if he's that good, he'll be.
Don't forget now, he hadn't taken a snap at the college level, not one.
Not one. The
the success rate is not that high, really.
Well, Greg, and nowadays you don't know, he might not be able to handle the pressure of all this.
That's true. That's true. Because it's coming with
point.
that.
Right.
That's a good point.
So I don't know.
I would like to see if I was going to sign some of these guys. I'd get me one that maybe's played on the field and seen results. But
well, I understand you want to get out ahead of everybody, but sometimes that I'm like you, Greg. It just doesn't seem unreasonable for me to be sitting here with my big old bank account and my big old fat check to say, can I? Is it okay if I watch him play a little bit first?
Yeah.
Is it unreasonable for me to say, let me see if he's any good? Because if I give him this money and he never becomes a starter, he's not going to have near the impact for it.
No, he's not.
Right.
Well, and two, I hope that these kids are getting good advice from an accountant. And taxes is going to be an issue now.
There you go.
Because
See,
they don't
care.
About that. They don't care how good you are. The tax man will be paid. So you can't spend everything you're getting because half of it's going to go to somebody else.
Yeah. Well,
you better cut it in half.
It's not in the story you have, Bubba, but I have it here. It says that Quinn says he has received an email from Britney Spears says, "Don't let your daddy run it."
There you go. Don't put your old man in charge.
Don't do that.
So, Brittany, if you want everybody to give you your money, you're going to have to get your clothes on.
Yeah. So she's not helping her case at
No.
all.
If she had just gone on vacation, we hadn't heard from her, she'd probably already be out.
If you'll stop doing naked cartwheels, that'll help.
Yeah.
She got a ruling in her favor, and then the next 2 days she sent out pictures of herself half naked. With that crazy look on her face.
Now, this young man we're talking about, he's only been a starter for 2 seasons at South Lake Carroll.
Don't miss that.
He threw for 6,445 yards and 73 touchdowns in those 2 years.
That means he did start as a sophomore in high school.
Right, sophomore.
Oh, that's true.
Junior
He's
year.
not going to play.
It's a big, huge school. They showed the stadium and all. South
That's
Lake. Where McElroy.
McElroy's from, and we actually played them in tennis in Chattanooga one year. They're serious about their sports, no matter what they're doing.
Well, I would just say, hey, looks good on paper. Hey, maybe one of these kind that walks right in and has the ability to play at this level with zero problems. But I just like to know first.
Because it's a big transition from high school to college. I mean, just your living.
Watch the list of 5 stars and 4 stars that don't pan out. There's a lot.
All right. So, but in this story, I wish there was.
Especially at that.
I still wish there was clarification in this story because it says he's going to enroll in January.
Yeah, I can't figure out.
Can he compete in the fall?
That's what I'm saying. They're acting like is he there now because they're about to start.
Well,
right?
This is the second story we've had on it, and it keeps telling us.
How does that work?
That he's going to register in January.
Right.
But he's foregoing his senior football season, which is starting in a few weeks.
Right. And they're acting like, hey, there's opening at quarterback, like he's going to be able to compete for the job this year.
It's very confusing.
I don't see how that works. He can't sign. Is he going to be a walk-on? Because he can't sign till signing day,
I don't know, Greg.
Or is he already? Did he do the early sign? When was
Greg, I don't know.
No, it would have to
There's
sign.
no rule.
Because he was a junior.
Right.
He can enroll early, but I don't know if he can commit It's very confusing.
I don't know.
And he's finishing up his last class in high school. It was an English class that he was taking online.
The reading, they act like he can compete this year for the quarterback
Yes,
job.
that's the way it is.
I
But
don't
written.
understand how that works.
In the same story, though, it says he's enrolling in January.
And Rick, also in the
Season's
sports world, we
pretty
didn't
much
get
over
to
by
it.
then.
We'll come back and talk about it. What does it take to be the GOAT? Tom Brady's going to give you a little insight.
Is
to
he
that.
really?
Well, I think if you look at what he demands, you'll see why he's the GOAT.
Well, it goes back to that great statement. I don't know who to credit with. Everybody wants to be great until they actually see what it takes.
Right.
Then suddenly, that's the reason why it weeds them out pretty quick. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Everybody say it. So as we come back, 9 minutes to the top of the hour, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. This Friday, excited for the men of Mount Zion Baptist Church.
Yeah.
It has been 2 years that we are trying to have this this gathering of men. It's called Reman, which is really, really cool. When they were thinking about what to call this, the men's gathering here, and they're going to give you barbecue. They're going to feed you, and the tickets are free. But you do need to get a ticket because we are, trying to space everybody out and do all that. Be responsible as we can. But we still want to move forward and have this. And so if you haven't got your ticket, there's room for you. You can go to rickandbubba.com and find that right there under upcoming events. So that's Mount Zion Baptist Church this Friday night. Reman, and that means to reinforce. Your battle lines. It really is a cool word I didn't even know existed. And so a great name, and love that, and can't wait to be there for that event coming up on Friday night. Then August the 12th, I'll be speaking at Man Church at First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama. That is next Thursday, so make a note of that. And then Sherry and I will be going to Pensacola for the Together Marriage Conference and Shane in concert. But, of course, that one in Pensacola is sold out. Cape Girardeau, Man Church one day coming up, Linwood Baptist Church. They're doing like Catalyst Weekend. So Shane and Shane's in concert on the 20th. Rich Wingo and I will do a Man Church one day, part of the day on Saturday morning. And then the ladies have a women's conference that starts that afternoon. So no matter who you are or what you want to do, Linwood Baptist Church has something for you to do on the weekend of August 20th and 21st in beautiful Cape Girardeau, Missouri. So looking forward to seeing all of you. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts. For all your car care needs, get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And all those details for any of those can be found at rickandbubba.com under events. So, Bubba, you mentioned going to the break. Tom Brady is trying to let everybody know what it takes to be the GOAT.
Tom Brady is not happy. He was heard shouting at some of his teammates, apparently in the middle of a 2-minute drill, when it ended with a sack and a few incompletions, according to the Tampa Bay Times. The 7-time Pro Bowl champion was unhappy. He was heard screaming, quote, "You got to blank plays when you're tired, fellas."
Love it.
Mm-hmm. You got to make blank plays when you're tired, fellas.
Right. Yeah, there's the concept.
Coach Arians said he was happy with the way that the team had improved during practice, but wanted the players to focus on being smarter with the football. He said, "We've been working extremely hard." He's pleased with the effort, but I'm not seeing the smart. We've got to be smarter as a football team.
Well, Tom Brady knows what he's facing right now is the leader of the Buccaneers. He's facing one of the greatest obstacles, and that is
Speedy's alarm.
Yeah, one of the greatest obstacles, and that is success.
Yep.
So
complacency.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, the Patriots, they were so accustomed to it, he probably got to the point where it was almost automatic.
Right.
But the Buccaneers are not accustomed to this.
No.
Yeah, he's changing the culture there, but it takes time.
And so he's now, and a lot of people in leadership positions usually are pretty good at that. You've heard this time and time again. And any of the people that I ever had the honor to for them to have authority when we were all participating in sports at any level, when were they the most difficult? When you were blowing out an inferior opponent and started playing sloppy, or when you had some success the year before and you walk out there on the first day of workouts and everybody's, I won't say what it was called, or is goofing off. I'll just say goofing off.
He didn't like that.
Yeah, and so they
Kill it.
It's on Do Not Disturb, too.
That's weird. So I guess that Tom Brady went out there, I think, with that attitude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think even if you think about this, because now, we've and I hate to be the crotchety old man today, and forgive me for that, but I just can't help it because I am a crotchety old man.
Hey,
now.
crotchety old man.
But what I'm saying is, I was even sitting watching some of the backstories on some of the athletes at the Olympics. And I want everybody to really pay attention. I know we want to get caught up on all the different causes and all the different things of the day, but if you'll listen at the heart of any of these stories, is that we've been raised thinking if someone is successful, it must have somehow been given to them unfairly. Yeah. Which is what the leftists and the socialists and the Marxists, they love to sell that. Those that have more than you, it was ill-gotten gains.
Right.
And their success was because they were given a road that you weren't allowed to be on. Now, that is not the American story. But if you'll listen to even these world-class whatever, fill in the blank, you'll find that these people have a work ethic that is unbelievable. They bang on their craft over and over and over, and they work and they work and they work and they work and they put the time in. They're never satisfied. They always want to maximize their potential. And I think what we sit around now with a lot of people going, well, no, I just got wrong. They had access to something I didn't have access to. Well, everybody's story is different, but as far as it's what everybody in this room that I know of, because everybody in here, whether it be has participated in some sort of athletics, but it applies to your business, it applies to whatever, is that it does not require any talent and it does not require expertise to work hard.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody can work hard. And if you work hard and put in the time, you will get good results. Now, some people have natural abilities, but we know a lot of people with natural abilities that never achieve any potential because they didn't have the work ethic that went with it. And few is the one that is so gifted that they don't have to work at it at all, and it all still works out great.
Rick, I like to look to a great leader. When I think of great leaders, I think to Calhoun County's favorite firefighter, Gerald Cates.
A great example
Comes to my mind.
You think that being
people
the
like
best,
that who motivates?
Do you think he just all of a sudden woke up one day and because of who he was, where he was born, he was automatically Calhoun County's favorite firefighter?
No, he works at it. He works at his craft.
It applies to anything.
Yeah. Question. I know Brody is a big Colts fan.
Mm-hmm.
Carson Wentz. He has got to have
Speaking of-
he's got to have foot surgery.
Made
He's
out of
out
glass.
5 to 12 weeks. How is he? Is he
Well,
okay?
I will see him tonight because most Tuesday nights, barring some kind of work conflict or a vacation or something, young Broderick comes over to the house and has dinner with Mom and me, and we do a Bible study on Tuesday night. So I'll delve into that tonight. But he's going to tell me not to talk about it, or I don't want to talk about it. He's going to be extremely frustrated.
Okay.
Well, Wentz can't stay healthy again.
He can't. It's an old foot injury that he's been playing with. Apparently, he rolled out at practice and landed on it weird or something like that. And so they're like, the best thing to do is have foot surgery. So he's out.
And
for
the
a while.
Colts have had a problem keeping a quarterback healthy.
Yeah.
Over
I also
there.
saw
that may be a bad marriage there.
back to college. I also saw that the supposed to be the starter for LSU. They refer to it as a severe arm injury.
Yeah. Last year he
That's
got
not
hurt.
good.
What about when you describe it as severe?
Not good.
A severe arm injury. I bet that's
And
got
I
some.
think they said he just fell, and I guess he tried to.
Is that one of those
I don't even know if they
dislocated
were-
elbow things or something? Or severe arm injury. Said he'll be out for.
Yeah, weeks.
And Stedham
12
got hurt for the
12
Patriots. He's going to be out. I saw 12 weeks for rotator cuff surgery.
Yeah, so it's yeah, but the Carson Wentz thing because
Good night, man.
because young Broderick and all Colts fans had to deal with the breakdown of what was Caveman's name that was so good, the quarterback.
Andrew
Luck.
Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
So remember he comes back and they're all excited. They finally get him back. Then mentally again he says I just can't keep going, and then they get Wentz. Now he's hurt, so it'll be a tough night for Broderick tonight.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Look out. We're going to get you. We got a lot to do this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we want you to be part of it here at the Rick and Bubba Show. I think most of you got the word, but we want to let you know that we have, due to the uptick in the Delta variant, we have paused golden ticket seats inside the studio till further notice. We kind of thought this could be a possibility, so we didn't book beyond August. So hopefully we can find a way to rebound on that. I hope this is we get through this sooner than later, and thank you for your understanding, and we apologize for any disappointment or hassles that has caused all of you. We certainly are sensitive to that. So, all right. So, Bubba, I know we got a little tech update here. Here we go.
Yes, I love technology.
So, Bubba, I know you are optimistically, but cautiously optimistic, watching Tesla and the automobiles.
I thought you were about to say beach volleyball.
No, that's there's not enough caution available for that, I'm afraid. But anyway, it's I just I understand marketing, whatever, but I somehow I just think, especially based on when I see the men play it and what they have on, it seems like you're able to play beach volleyball with more clothing on and still do just fine. But anyway, so they seem to do fine with gym shorts and a T-shirt. But anyway, so let's get to the Tesla. You know, the Tesla autopilot. Now, we've had some problems with it.
Yeah. There's been some kinks in that, and they've had some accidents that were blamed on that.
Right.
But, we have a story coming out of Norway that maybe this is a more positive use of that system and showing that it does have potential.
Yeah. Now, the audio, for those of you that are audio only, is somebody from Norway doing the reporting. So, but those of you here in the studio and watching on YouTube, you can actually watch this video here. The Tesla autopilot brings the Model S to a stop after a drunk driver fell asleep at the wheel in Norway. So this is there's the drunk, and he's passed out at the wheel, and there's the Tesla rolling down the highway on autopilot as the drunk is passed out. What an uncomfortable feeling. But the autopilot, I guess, Bubba, what picks up that the driver is not. How does it know?
Well, you have to be. Actively involved. You have to have, I guess, maybe your hand on the steering wheel, or it may have a camera that can determine if you're lucid and still with it. And but you see here, I mean, they're slumped over, and if I'm not mistaken, it goes in this tunnel here, and it's stopped.
Yeah, so it is going inside here. You can see the circle around if you're watching this. And then it takes it and stops it.
And puts the hazards on.
And puts the hazard lights on to keep people from hitting him.
That's pretty awesome.
Good night.
Yeah,
See, that's one good story.
Yeah,
the others are usually crashing into people and blowing
Greg,
up.
we got to start somewhere.
But you know what Bubba said? Bubba said correctly in the kitchen. You go through our history, the world's history, on trying to try new things. We kill people all the time trying to work it out.
We do.
I mean,
every big accomplishment we've had. We kill people getting there.
Now,
I mean,
in this situation
I'm not trying
is good,
to
but
minimize that.
I don't want a car that drives itself.
well, and thankfully we may not need you to have one, but I would like for the drunks to have one.
Yeah, this is a good thing. Right. Well, they already have this thing that people that's been convicted, they got to blow in a breathalyzer for the car crank.
Yeah, but I'm with you. The car running on its own is weird to me. Even cruise control freaks me.
All right, so Greg, let me ask you this: if we get this thing dialed in, and there is data that says there are less accidents out there.
Care.
So you wouldn't want that hour and 15 minutes to hang out in the car and sip on coffee and maybe nap on the way in?
I may want that option,
home?
but I don't want to ever be where that's the only way they get around. And that's where they're headed. That's un-American to not drive.
Greg, I agree with you. And I tell you what, I think.
But how about if it not maybe it's
American?
Not a
you
total.
went that far with it.
If I want that option, I'll go with that. If there's an option.
Well, see, American would be you have the choice.
That's my point. Yeah, but what they're going to do, they're going to say it's so much safer and nobody can drive. It's going to drive you no matter what. I ain't for that.
But how about this as a starting point? You have this feature where if you're not actively involved, the car will stop itself.
Yeah.
I mean, if
There's
you're
nothing
not
wrong with that.
Have you seen the newest? Now, this one they're just now working on. It won't crank until you get the vaccine.
Yeah. Hey, don't laugh. See, that's what this whole. So what here's going to happen? They're going to make them where nobody can drive, and then all of a sudden one day they're going to just all of a sudden uncontrollably they're going to take us to one spot and do away with us.
Yeah, you're right, Grant.
Can't get out of it. The car's just headed that way.
the car will lock its own doors, drive us to a designated spot, and they're going to drop a J-dam on us.
That's
it.
So,
I don't.
Damn right.
I don't remember the. I don't remember the name.
Context.
I don't remember the name of the movie, but I thought it was way ahead of its time, and it had, Vince Vaughn, where they were where they were doing electric cars, but they sounded like
they wouldn't make it sound like
what was the
a
name
muscle
of that?
car. Hey, him and Kevin James.
Yeah.
That was a funny movie.
Because of
forget the name
of
of
what Greg just said. You
so
said,
good, I can't remember the name.
You said it differently, that they were saying Americans don't want cars that don't make noise.
Yeah. You don't want a nice sports car. It sounds like a golf cart.
No. And so they would let you have the technology of electric,
but the sound,
the dilemma. But the sound of a true combustion engine making it happen.
How about I've seen that movie and even just now saw the title and I didn't remember it.
What
There's
was
no
the title
way.
of
It ain't like I went, oh yeah, The Dilemma. I had no idea that was the name
Dilemma.
of it.
Yes,
I had no idea that was the name of the movie.
That title rings no bell with me whatsoever.
Yeah,
that sounds like a J-Lo movie.
Well, they were in a handle because one of them's wife was, I think, cheating on them, and they didn't know how to tell him, and I think that was the dilemma part of the whole conversation.
Oh, it really wasn't about the car. That's just where they worked.
Right, yeah. Right.
That's right. I remember that now. That's good. It was a good movie.
Yeah,
Didn't know it was
I
called
guess
The
it
Dilemma.
was.
Not enough to go see it again, remember the name, but
Greg, I guess it was a good movie, but there's only one theme in it that I even remember, and that is they made electric cars sound like something. I had to be informed about the rest of the movie, but I think I liked it.
Yeah,
I remember one line because Vince Vaughn's so funny when he was talking to the guy's wife, and he was trying to accuse her of having multiple personalities because you run around like some Helen Keller.
Yeah, and he has it wrong.
Of course, you got it wrong. He said, "I think Sybil's what you're looking for."
Right. That's funny. So,
here's a Tesla seeing a deer in the road and putting on the brakes. If y'all
yeah, let's see
sure.
it. I can see deer. I can put my own brakes on.
So I wonder if it doesn't hit the brakes, does it hit the deer?
In that particular case,
Adler, show us one of the Tesla hitting a tree and blowing up. You got that?
No,
Yeah.
Greg, we don't want to see that.
Running a red light, hitting an 18-wheeler.
Remember
that one?
Every time we
I
do
think this
technology-
has come way further than we're giving it credit.
No, in
I
that
think you're right.
situation, that's a good feature. If you're
see it
asleep,
dodge
and
that cat.
it takes over and
Did you
stops
just see it
itself.
dodge that cat?
I'm
did,
for
yeah.
that.
Look at that. How about that?
Yeah,
Wow.
but you can't just sit there and go, oh, hope
You
it's
know,
right.
I see a lot more of those on the road now than I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Even around here. I
But
see
what
a
I'm
lot.
saying, to Greg's point, though, let's just get real. And
But
I
they're
like,
driving 'em.
And I like what happened with this drunk guy. I'm all day about that. But I'm just talking about there's some sort of mental block that says, all right, I got it on autopilot. I'm sleepy. I think I'm going to go to sleep. And then, hey, I've got it set up to stop at the next rest stop or whatever, and I'm going to sleep. Drive on.
It's hard for me to sleep when somebody else is driving, much less
Exactly.
Can you
the
imagine?
car just being in control.
Now, one day, this conversation may sound completely goofy, and everybody's like, yeah, we do that all the time.
But you know, on a good old sunny fall day and you want to go for a drive, you're sitting there like this.
Yeah, well, you just wouldn't do it then.
Yeah,
you just drive.
You
just drive.
I'm
disengage
talking
it.
about when they make us do it completely because that's where they're headed.
And that's what you're concerned
They're
about.
going to say it's safer. Nobody can drive.
Right, you know where this is going to go to.
That's where it's headed.
You're going to want to stop, and it's going to try to control your
Yes.
weight and all this. You're going to want to stop and eat. And it's like, no, you can't.
Yeah,
and it's
it's-
like, no, I really want to eat.
Yeah. Well, I already have that. It's
They're
just
gonna
it's when Sherry rides shotgun.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got that
point.
feature already. It's called a wild.
Yeah. I've already got somebody that drives me everywhere I go, even when I'm driving.
Y'all laugh.
So good.
Yeah.
Y'all laugh.
15
be
minutes.
funny.
I know. It's not going to be fun when everybody has to sit seated and silent. Is it?
Right. We all zip around looking at each other.
Sit around looking at each other. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Thank you for being with us. Frank Caliendo returns to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello there, Frank.
Frank.
Hi. Hello. Oh, my goodness. Hello. Yeah, I got to tell you guys something that's kind of crazy. I do these TikTok things, I don't, do like dances and songs and stuff like that. I do impressions. And I'll do the TikTok live stuff, and I get more Rick and Bubba fans than you could imagine. Well, you probably know, but they're like, oh, Rick and Bubba, stay in it, do Rick. And I'm like, it's 21 past the hour.
I love that they're asking for an impression that you've never really declared that you actually do.
No, it's not good, but I'm fine with it. It's, I'm like, monkey grass, it's 5 past the hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. What am I supposed to do?
Well, monkey see, monkey do. Look, they ask you, you try it. But, no, there's a connection, back to your original point. There's a connection with you and this audience that honestly is really kind of cool.
Yeah, I still don't understand it. It's like I've been welcomed into the South. I know it's not just the South, but it's like I've been welcomed into the Rick and Bubba. Maybe because I had one of your hamburgers years and years ago. Could that be it?
Gosh, I forgot all about that.
Well, that's a precious memory you need to hang on to, Frank.
You tried to forget about it. I'll bring it up every once in a while.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we got this great idea. It was okay. How's it going? Not there anymore.
Yeah. Frank, if you'd like to, you can bring up the state championship loss in 1982 as well. It's 14-11 if you want to hang on to that number.
Frank, I have to ask you where you're at. You look like you're locked in a toy store somewhere.
Yeah, and this is my podcast area. I've got a place in my office. And then I saw that I didn't have the stand to put the phone on, because with the internet, sometimes, I don't know, I just like to go on a phone and turn it sideways and have the, so it could pick up the not the Wi-Fi, but the LTG or whatever it is. And so it doesn't chop up and stuff like that. So this is the podcast studio, and there's a bunch of toys. You never know what you're gonna need. I could need a Jeff Goldblum, Grandmaster from Thor Ragnarok. Yes, here we go. Apartments.com. It's not just on Earth. It's now in many other places. And Rick looking at me like, why is this guy playing with a doll? Well, that's what Caliendo's It's about 25 past the hour in the Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah, and you gotta paint a happy little tree. There's all kinds of stuff. Just sitting around there.
Yeah, I didn't even know that existed. Well, I got to watching that guy you just held up with the fro. What's his name? The artist. What's his name?
Yeah, Bob Ross. Bob Ross.
My sister, for some reason, thinks this Bob Ross thing is like addictive, and she watches his old videos. And I watched a few of them, and I'll tell you, he's quite the cat there. I mean, he was a different dude.
He's out there. I'm going to paint a happy little tree. This is going to be a wonderful tree. I'm going to talk to the tree, and now the tree's going to talk back to me. The tree probably is talking back to you, Bob.
Yeah. Bob, don't say everything you're thinking.
It would be better if you're Morgan Freeman, right? It would work for Morgan Freeman. And that's when they realized that Bob Ross was just plain nuts. This man was painting birds by just making little straps going into each other. And then he'd take a sponge and it became a tree somehow.
Thank you, Morgan Freeman.
Watching you do that to me is so interesting.
That's one of the things about you doing impressions, and it does make the impression better, is when you get I don't know, I'm sure you work on it, but you almost like facially start doing things that makes you believe it really is that person too.
Yeah, he almost changes.
Even though you look nothing like Morgan Freeman at all, but there's something about what you do with your face when you're doing it that makes it even better.
I think it's when you become the character, when I kind of see the person in front of me. And I don't know, have we ever talked about the pizza slice on here? My pizza slice theory of how to do impressions?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
So as any good person would do, it comes back to food, right?
Of course.
But the pizza slice is a line across the eyebrows, a point down at the chin, it's the triangle. So no matter what, how fat my face might be at the time, I can pull it off because I'm George W. Bush. The eyebrows go up, and then the little smirkification that happens. Or if you want to do Donald Trump, the lips start to purse and the eyebrows go up a different way. And quite frankly, it's probably the best way it could ever be. If you want to do Joe Biden, you just listen by looking harder. Come on, man. What are we doing here? What are we doing with the thing? When he does that thing, when Biden does that thing with the whisper, it's not politics, it's science. It's science. He does that with everything. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. It's DiGiorno. Come on. And then he'll mix things up in his, like he'll have, I don't know if it's a mixed metaphor or what, but he'll be like, that guy's got a heart of gold at the end of a rainbow, guarded by a leprechaun who's got his own cereal. Come on, man. You know the deal. They're magically delicious. And then the Trix Rabbit comes in and I don't know. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. It's just, quite frankly, that was Sleepy Joe. Come on, man. I'm awake. Well, I don't know how awake you are right now. And now Frank's doing that thing where he does go from voice to voice, just like Rick said. It's 30 past the hour? I'm not even sure. That's what he keeps going back to, because time is of the essence. It really, really is. And that's when they realized that Frank had to take a breath.
Frank, I appreciate.
I really have to. I really have to. But it was more that I was losing the saliva in my mouth. Yeah. The saliva was no longer working, and I have to use the Jeff Goldblum. I don't know what I'm doing. How much time do we have left in this break?
We've only got about a minute and a half, maybe almost 2 minutes, but. The more I get to know you, and every time I hang out with you, you do have someone you talk to, right? You're very talented, and I appreciate it.
And it's not yourself.
Yeah, and it's nothing but fun for me. But there's other people that depend on you.
It's to make a living.
Yeah.
No, I'm not like this at all when I'm in normal phase. It actually bothers people when I'm not, because they're like, how come you're not doing the thing where you change voices? Right. Why aren't you doing that?
Right.
And then, can't you do Dr. Phil? Of course I go, what were you thinking? I could do, but I don't, it's not in real life. I don't go somewhere and, just break into Morgan Freeman. And that's when he realized his order was screwed up again.
Yeah, see, I think I would. That's the reason why God didn't allow me. That's why God didn't allow me this talent.
Especially when you had to call customer service on the phone, and you needed something. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, see, I'm one of those people that God didn't allow me to have a great singing voice. You know why? Because I would sing everywhere I went. He didn't allow me to do what you do because people go, here comes Burgess again. Oh, here we go. Is he going to talk in his regular voice ever?
Yeah. I don't know what it is. When I was traveling the most, when I was driving around, that's when I would work on impressions when I was younger. So it was a time before really cell phones. It was probably the late 90s. And I'd be talking to myself. Now you see somebody talking in their car, you think they're on hands-free or something like that. Back then, I was just considered a nutcase on the road.
That's true. That's a good point.
There's homeless Caliendo. He stole a car again. I'm talking to him. So,
all right, we'll come back more with Caliendo. I want to tell you about this. So, frankonstage.com, but circle August 16th, Nashville, Tennessee, the Music City. He'll be at Zany's. Now, if you're in Charlotte, North Carolina, the 15th of August, he'll be at the Comedy Zone. Of course, also next week, Columbus, Ohio, and Cleveland, Ohio, on the 11th and the 12th. But find these dates at frankonstage.com. We'll be back more with Frank Caliendo next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Frank Caliendo brings Frank Caliendo back. Frank introduces Frank. When you hear yourself doing like Jack Nicholson there, which I've admitted to you over the years, and we all have, that unless you ask me directly if that really is Jack Nicholson, I'm not going to offer that it's actually Frank Caliendo doing Jack Nicholson, because I think it's really cool at the thought that Jack Nicholson would have actually been on this show for any reason.
One that he would be on the show, and two that he would do intros for you.
That's right.
Because people might not always. Well, I guess your audience probably knows because you guys do them on the air during the show, but now people don't always understand that. That's something most of the time you do extra after the fact.
Yeah.
And a producer has to come in. Hey, could you do 37 liners for us and just introduce the show and say a couple of witty things about it? Yeah, sure, I'd love to. So,
well,
the fact that Nicholson would be like, listen, I've got nothing else to do right now. Sure. Let's go sit in a dark booth and I'll just talk into a microphone for a while. Sounds good to me, kid.
Look, you know what I would love? I would love from A Few Good Men. I would love the scenario of asking him, and then he comes back, and I'm not going to try to do Jack Nicholson in front of someone as talented as you because it's embarrassing. But if he would just use the thing where he did to Tom Cruise, you'll have to ask me nicely.
You'll have to ask me nicely.
That's one of those movies. It's like its own, and I'm like, all right, let me just fast forward to everything Jack Nicholson does. I want this monologue here while he's in Cuba.
Yeah.
I want the courtroom. I want him telling the guy to never go against his authority in front of another. Let me go to that one.
Yeah.
You just want. He just kind of the highlights of that. It's like I can never get tired of seeing him in that movie.
Frank, do you think your kids are going
amazing.
to follow you into the entertainment world? I know you do videos with your daughter sometime. I've seen some of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, Juliet's got a pretty good John Gruden. She's also she told me she has an alter ego that is the British rapper all of a sudden.
Okay.
I was like, what? She's like, yeah, and she started talking in a British accent, and she's like, my name is London Brighton, and like it sounds like Hannah Montana, but with London. And she's like, yes, that's exactly what it is. But I am a rapper. And I'm from London, okay? And I was like, okay.
And
whatever.
just a touch of Mrs. Doubtfire.
And I said, can you laugh or can you rap? She's like, no. I'm like, well, that's not very good for the alter ego, She's like, well, most of them can't sing anyway. So I was like, okay, all right, you got me there.
Yeah, you want to say, honey, I love you, but if you're going to be a British rapper, at some point you need to do a bit of you in a British accent rapping. We need that in there. I think we got to add that.
That's the key. That's the key to the foundation of it. Yeah. So I got a quick little story for you guys last night. So I live in Arizona, and they're having the Fox seminar here. So it's all the most of the broadcasters, so I'm talking to Roger Goodell last night. And I'm like, hey, Roger. Or I was going to do it as Nicholson. I was still stuck in Nicholson. It's actually, it wasn't Nicholson. It was because it's close. Nicholson becomes John Gruden just by going up a little bit, man. See how that works? John Gruden, Jack Nicholson. Very similar. Tell you what, man, it's similar. So I go up to Goodell and I'm like, tell you what, man, what's going on with these referees, man? These guys even have an idea of what a penalty is? You have no idea what's going on out there. He's like, you know what my Monday calls are like? I was like, yeah, I kind of do.
So let's talk about your own tour. We all went through, the pandemic. Now we've got this, the variant and all this stuff. And it seems like this time we're like, look we're going to try to. You're on the road. Obviously, we have the vaccine out there. We have the treatments. We have the antibodies. People are still coming to shows, I hope, and because I think I don't think our society can shut everything down again. Tumbleweeds are blowing through the streets, and we're all in our houses.
Yeah.
I really honestly think, as far as our psyche, I don't think we can do that again. Now, we need to be kind and we need to be, care about other people and
careful
and take basic steps. But obviously, we're sitting here with a tour going on. You're going to these places I just mentioned.
Well, the weird thing was I booked the tour and then, booked all the dates. They put them on sale, and then like 3 days later or 2 days later, they announced the Delta variant.
Yeah,
and I was
right.
like, okay. I mean, I canceled a bunch of stuff before, and I think it's like you said. People are just being, people are careful, but people also just they don't want to sit home and do nothing. There's that worry they're going to try and lock things down. I just don't see that. I live in Arizona too, where it's people. A lot of people never really did shut down, and then I went to Florida where they had no idea that there was even a COVID-19 thing going on.
Right. Yeah.
I was working in Tampa, and there was no, people were like, "What?
A mask?
Okay.
What's that?"
No,
I guess it didn't here.
No, you're right, Frank. So my wife and I are doing a marriage conference on the 14th of August, and I felt, and it's in Pensacola, Florida, and like an idiot, I get the guy on the phone. I said, "Hey, man, are you guys still good?" And he goes, "You realize you're coming to Florida, right?"
Frank,
and that was the governor.
Yeah. Frank, have you thought about adding Dr. Fauci to your lineup, because we've enjoyed watching.
Do you have a Dr. Fauci?
Well, no, we've enjoyed watching it. We don't do a good one,
For some reason, I don't know why. You know how things morph.
It's problematic, Frank.
My Dr. Fauci morphs into my former Aunt Martha from up north.
Yeah, it's very close.
It's problematic, and she was always smoking. Come here and give your Aunt Martha some sugar. You know what I mean? And
you gotta go a little less Aunt Martha. It's about 40% Aunt Martha.
It's problematic.
But you gotta scream, it's problematic.
But for some reason, I have to smoke, even as Dr. Fauci. It's problematic.
What's he smoking? A rolled up mask? I Dr. Fauci somewhere. It's Dr. Fauci somewhere in here. He's got a little bit of New York. He's got something. He's almost Joe Pesci, where he's like, "Listen, I'm going to knock out this COVID-19. I'm going to take it down right now."
And he's a little scratchy. He's a little grovelly in there.
Yeah, he's got that. He's like, he does that thing where he's like, we decided there's going to be no masks, but wear a mask. Well, which is it? You should wear a mask with a picture of a mask on it, and then you'll be a lot safer.
Wait,
I don't know why.
Hey, you're veering into it. That was there.
Somewhere in there comes that you're finding the Dr. Fauci. And I'm starting to feel like Aunt Martha.
So I'm going to the show, Frank. What am I seeing now? What's the new stuff you're working on? I mean, I'm going out. I'm going to see the show. Tell me about it.
Some of the Biden stuff. I'll do some of the the greatest hits and stuff like that too, because people are paying, and I just have to do a bunch of different things to get working. And there's some storytelling about my family, a little bit of that. Like I said, the Biden stuff. And it's just Biden and Trump going back and forth. That's the way it buys me a lot of time with Biden. And every time I start to talk, I look over and there he is, Sleepy Joe.
That's so good.
I mean, it really it's more true than comedy. A lot of it.
I feel like I know you pretty well, and you're
problematic, Frank.
And I will tell you this: Frank is a lot kinder.
It's problematic.
Yeah, he's a lot kinder, nicer person than we are. Mm-hmm. And with that going in, because I know he does have a good heart. I mean, I think this is actually serious. Can Biden get to the point that you feel guilty? I mean, that you think this guy literally is going through dementia before our very eyes, and if it continues, you want to have fun with it, but this is obviously somebody that's going through some cognitive problems before our very eyes, and I know this because I've seen it in my own family.
Mm-hmm.
I worry about a lot. Yeah, I worry about it all everywhere. I mean, listen, Trump is like the uncle that if one of the nephews or nieces you'd have to send a chaperone with them, right? Like,
right.
You don't know
no
what he's
doubt.
He's like, listen, we're gonna go swim with the sharks. It's the dolphins. Well, that's not what I signed up for, and we're going to do it. We're definitely going to do it. And Biden's like, where are we going? Come on, man. I don't know. Where are we? We're in the middle of the desert. You're watching TV. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I don't know.
Gosh, your Biden's good.
Yeah, it is real good.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Come on, you know the deal. That's the thing he goes to when he's trying to get out of something where he doesn't know where he's at.
Right.
So he'll say something. He's like, "Come on, you know the deal." No, I don't know the deal. What's the deal? The thing with the deal. The thing with the deal. You know, come on. Shit.
By the way, that
you don't have narcolepsy. You're not. I could see Trump doing the same. Trump just off on a tangent. I don't know. I was with him. I was with Sleepy Joe, and I was keeping him awake, and we were hanging out at the end of the rainbow with that pot of gold and the leprechaun who loved all the cereal. And then, quite frankly, Tony the Tiger showed up, and he was great. And it was a very, very difficult situation.
Did you get Tony the Tiger?
I'm so tired of politicians.
I didn't say really. How did Tony the Tiger get in this? I mean, Tony the Tiger was in this.
Is a cereal, and then so is the little leprechaun guy in the Frosted Lucky Charms. Unless you're not allowed to say leprechaun anymore.
We'll come back. More with Frank Caliendo. Everything you need to know about Frank, including seeing him at Zany's in Nashville, is in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. GoodRx.com/Bubba. Have you gone there yet? Would you like to have the opportunity to save up to 80% on your prescriptions by using this free service? GoodRx.com/Bubba. What does it do? Well, GoodRx.com/Bubba helps you find discounts for your prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger. They're all there, and of course, many more. It's the #1 most downloaded medical app out there, and millions of Americans use it to get affordable health care every month. So join us and start saving up to 80% on your prescriptions today. Go to GoodRx.com/Bubba. That's GoodRx.com/Bubba. Also, you'll find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So Frank Caliendo is our guest. We got one more segment with him. Of course, a lot of you are emailing and, as usual, loving Frank on the program. If you'd like to go see him in concert, frankonstage.com. We've got Columbus, Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio next week. But also don't forget, coming up on the 15th of August, Charlotte, North Carolina, and then the 16th, a lot of Rick and Bubba folks in Nashville, the Nashville, Tennessee, Zany's location. Frank will be there on stage, and we've been talking a little bit about some of the things he's doing. Frank, are you watching the Olympics at all?
A little bit, but before we talk about the Olympics, can we just talk about Gerald Cates, the favorite firefighter of Calhoun County? I mean, have you heard about this guy? By the way, doesn't that sound like a book by Samuel Clemens? Gerald Cates. I used to do this as John Donald Trump, and Gerald Cates is the favorite firefighter of Calhoun County. Quite frankly, there's a lot of people who are out there fighting fire. Some of them very, very good, but Gerald, he's the #1 firefighter, not just in Calhoun County, but I think it's going to go regional. It's going to go regional, and then it's going to go national, then it's going to go international. Like in the Olympics, they'll have a fire, and they're looking for Gerald Cates. They'll be like, on the pommel horse. Look at the pommel horse, which, quite frankly, isn't even a real horse. Fake news. Hey, look at that pommel horse. Nobody's pommeling. I don't even know what pommeling is, but it's not a horse. They do the little dancey horse thing. How did that get in the Olympics? Horse dancing doesn't make sense to me. But then if the fire broke out, let's say somebody's spinning too fast on the mat, something like that happens. Gerald Cates. Listen, Gerald Cates, when you see flames, Gerald doesn't rhyme, but we'll figure out a rhyme for him. And we herald Gerald. That would be good. Maybe that's a way to go. There's a lot of different ways we could go. But if there's a fire, and let's say you're right next to Calhoun County, let's say you're one county over. I'm not sure what the counties are. I used to, at one time I really cared. Now I'm not really worried about that kind of thing. But if you go Calhoun County, you call them. Because if a fire needs to be put out, Gerald Cates, #1, the celebrated fighting fire favorite firefighter of Calhoun County. It's really, really good. Very good.
Thank you, former President Donald Trump.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Or as some people think, current President Donald Trump.
40% still think that, quite frankly.
Quite frankly. But so you obviously are still doing Trump. I mean, because he's a personality that just the giving never stops.
There was always something every day. Listen, I didn't know what he was talking about half the time. But it was interesting to see that he'd have an opinion on something. Without air, none of us could breathe, and that's why I created air. You didn't create air. Well, you show me who did that.
Right. Oh my gosh, the look in. That's and
I'm sure you've got to go to the YouTube channel. Probably. I could just speak as Trump, and I've been doing this on stage too. Is like you don't even need actual words. I can convey a thought, and I can just use those words. Probably, quite frankly, probably, quite frankly, probably, quite frankly.
Which was one of the name of Frank's old albums. But the so you are doing obviously Biden. That's new. We talked about this before. When you're in the world there's certain pressure to do things, and of course you've mentioned this, which I think is probably the most difficult. When is an impression over? Like you did Joe Pesci a minute ago. I mean, it's great, it's fantastic, But when you start going into the audience, when do you get a sense, all right, this person is not really in the limelight enough to even be used anymore?
Well, then you just do them in little parts because people like to hear them.
Yeah.
It would be for like TV, and TV is where I would probably choose to do. Like, if people ask me to do Madden on TV, I generally say I would rather not, because it just makes me look like I can't come up with anything else.
Right.
Even 10 years ago, Leno would be like, "You gonna do some of the Madden thing? Do some Madden." I'm like, but he's been out of broadcasting for 10 years. I'm like,
Right.
So, it's easier with movies because movies are everywhere.
Yes.
Like, people make Caddyshack references all the time. I was at that Fox thing I was at last night. Joe Buck was talking about somebody's like, he's Ted Knight. And I'm like, Spalding, I want you in the golf course in 5 minutes. Chop, chop.
Because that lives forever.
People wouldn't remember old.
Right.
What was that?
Yeah, because that lives forever.
Yeah.
Mary Tyler Moore, maybe not so much, but Caddyshack, of course.
Yeah, so movies last longer, and now with the way things are on Netflix forever, and you can just, and you'll be if you watch something in golf on Netflix 2 days later, Caddyshack will probably be on your things to watch.
Yeah,
algorithm. So I don't know. To me, it's and I found a way. I do much less Bush. I do a little bit of George W., some Barack Obama, some Donald Trump, and then, the deal comes to me. So it's kind of like when you do one president, it gives you a little bit of free reign to do, the other presidents and go back a little bit. But you're not going to do 20 minutes of, Bush stuff when some of it's the same as the Biden stuff. Actually, it's just getting confused.
Right. You're right.
So it's. I find ways, and actors keep showing up now because there is so much content. All of a sudden, there was a time where Jeff Goldblum was in every huge movie, Jurassic Park, Independence Day and stuff like that. Then he was gone for a while. Now he's got an Apple TV show. He's in Marvel movies, all kinds of stuff. So
yeah, so you just wait till they come back on the buffet. Frank Caliendo,
nope, they'll be back.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate you all the time you gave us today.
Always a pleasure, Frank.
Everything you need to know about Frank Caliendo, including seeing him on the latest dates that are available. Zany's in Nashville coming up soon. Check it at rickandbubba.com under show notes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7.5 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It's a brand new hour, and we'll get to some of your phone calls this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will of Meade also back in play. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Great, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and we appreciate all of you joining us each and every day.
Well said.
Thank you.
Well said.
Well, I'm shook up at being Gerald Cates Day.
Yeah, I understand. It is Gerald Cates Day. Be kind to Gerald Cates Day, America's favorite firefighter.
Yeah.
How long have we been doing this?
Almost 28.
It's a long time, isn't it? All right, so let's get into some things going on today. So we've got Jen Psaki, the press secretary for Joe Biden, the president.
Code name Raggedy Ann.
And she is going to be asked by Peter Doocy here, and it's a legitimate question. And I even think that if I was Jen Psaki, which is hard to imagine, I believe I know how she could have answered it and really come out of it unscathed. But remember, for some reason, the progressives seem to be telling Americans to live one way while they live another.
Yeah, now think about this. Joe Biden is considering vaccination mandates. He's considering, mask mandates. He has lockdowns out there in the conversation. All this going on, and it looks, horrible if you listen to all that. But yet we look and we see the former president who's having a blowout party for his 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And he's going to have 500 guests, 200 people working there. Now, again, as we pointed out the other day, take away the name former President Obama and put in former President Trump.
Oh, boy.
If he was having this, what would they be saying about it?
Oh, my goodness.
Just to show you the politics and the bull of it all.
And I believe that Jen Psaki should handle a gathering like this with former President Trump or former President Obama exactly
the same way.
Exactly, but that's not what's going to happen.
No, remember when Trump was having his rallies, they were super spreaders.
Yeah. So now Peter Doocy of Fox, I'm sure Jen Psaki's favorite reporter, is going to ask her why she continues to shamelessly defend Obama's 700-person birthday party when you include the people working at Martha's Vineyard, because we've been lectured about super spreaders. And so here is Jen Psaki and Doocy in their interaction. Here we go.
And then just about COVID safety, is President Obama setting the wrong example about how serious COVID-19 is by hosting a big birthday party with hundreds of people this week?
Well, I would certainly refer you to the team who is working for my former boss to give you more specifics of what the protocols are in place. But I would note first that former President Obama has been a huge advocate of individuals getting vaccinated. When CDC has provided guidance on is for indoor settings in high or substantial high zones of COVID cases. This event, according to all the public reporting, is outdoors and in a moderate zone. But in addition, there is testing requirements and other steps they are taking, which I'm sure they can outline for you in more detail.
But is there any concern, just because, as you've said here, and you've had people saying over the last couple of days, vaccinated people can still spread this Delta variant around. So is there concern that this President Obama birthday party might become a super spreader event?
Well, I think, Peter, the guidance is about what steps people can take when they're in public settings. Indoor settings specifically was the new guidance to keep themselves and others safe. In terms of what protocols they are taking, I would refer you to them, and I'm sure they can give you more details.
And just last one. So people who are watching this at home and they see, well, President Obama can have a party with several hundred people. Should they think that it is okay for them to have a party with several hundred people now?
Well, we certainly advise everyone to follow public health guidelines, which I know the former president, who is a huge advocate of getting vaccinated, of following the guidance of public health experts, would certainly advocate for himself as well.
So really what he advocates is not part of this discussion, Raggedy Ann. Let me be clear. He can advocate that it's wise you wear a parachute if you jump out of an airplane. Yep. Okay? That's fine. That has nothing to do with the question he's asking you. What are the optics of this? And you know exactly what it is. It's hypocritical. It's hypocritical. And as you were saying, and I agree, Rick, The correct answer to this, if you just want to cover the president, the former president, go, he's a private citizen. He can do what he wants to do.
Right. That's what I would have said. Well, he is a former president, and he has his own life. He is not the president of the United States anymore, and he's out advocating for the vaccine and all that. But honestly, the answer to you, Peter, is that you might want to ask me about the current president, because that's who I'm the press secretary for. I'm no longer the press secretary for former President Biden.
Private citizen.
He's a private
Obama.
citizen, and I guess he can take these risks if he wants to, and those attending can take that risk. It's really their own business.
So her justification in this was it was outside.
Mm-hmm.
There were protocols in place. What zone they were in. So was that the same thing they said about Trump when he had outside events?
No.
In places that were not seeing an uptick, like in Florida and Texas and other places? No. Of course. This was careless, was reckless, the wrong optics, stupid, idiot, all that stuff.
And if you don't believe that, we can actually do a right now example of the way she speaks about Ron DeSantis and his handling of the coronavirus pandemic, accusing the Republican governor of choosing politics over public health. And he says, no, it's Psaki that is playing politics. And, she gave this big speech about how reckless Florida was. And he says she didn't even report it correctly. She says 20% of the cases we're seeing in Florida, and they're having, she tries to talk about all the things that that Florida has going on, as if they're taking no steps, and they have there's nothing to do with masks. Everybody's just running reckless, and DeSantis is saying you're the one that is playing games. He said the White House should be more concerned about the flip-flopping of the CDC, which promoted vaccine hesitancy.
Mm-hmm.
He said because they were sending confusing messages that contradicted themselves, stating that vaccinated people should wear masks and socially distance is implying that vaccines don't change anything, which is the wrong message for our federal government to be promoting. And he says the people of Florida, we have a way we go about it. We're not going to destroy the economy over it. We are telling people to take precautions and to present that really Florida is doing anything other than what Obama is about to do is incorrect. I mean, if what Obama's doing and the precautions he's taking are fine, which I think they may be, then the state of Florida and what we're doing is fine too.
Well, you see the contrast all at the same time. What Obama does is fine. Mm-hmm. What DeSantis does is careless, reckless, idiotic, and going to get people killed.
Yeah, that's a comparison that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
And because what he's done is he said that mask wearing is optional, but they don't tell students that they can't wear masks.
Yeah, he didn't outlaw masks. He just said the government is not going to dictate this, that this should be done at a personal level. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't, you don't. It's just not going to be an overpowering state government that dictates to you what you do. They are seeing an uptick. So is a lot of places. That's what we're seeing right now. Hopefully, it'll be short term. The England curve looks like it's a little ahead of us, and it was short term. So we're hoping and praying for the same.
But remember what an uptick means. An uptick means that the number that you had is now higher than it was before. It doesn't mean that what we have now are people with it and sick like we had in the first wave. It doesn't mean that at all. It means when the first wave died down, this variant has caused the numbers of people testing positive to go up. But if you go, as we said on yesterday's program, if you go from 3 cases to 20 cases, that's a huge uptick, but it's still 20 cases. You got to look at the specifics of all of it. Is it dangerous? Yes. Do people unvaccinated and without antibodies seem to be having a hard time with it? Yes. But does it mean that this is going to be worse than what we've already been through and taking these precautions and keeping our economy alive is bad? It doesn't mean that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's time to talk to the people. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And there's lines available for you.
Area code 212.
Well, I say, hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. To say the least, the cat was cold, he said. Don't call us, child, we'll call you. I do want to, as we go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Remember, now this is going to be, because I want to give credit where credit is due, this is going to be a CNN reporter, okay? A CNN reporter. Remember what we're talking about when you're dealing with pandemics and with the Delta variant. The correct number to look at is hospitalizations and deaths, not how many people have tested positive. Now, at one time, this was considered only something said by the clueless far right, but this is a CNN reporter that is also saying this is true. So here it is. Go ahead.
And we've seen that they work. I think news coverage almost needs to reflect that maybe cases, like you said, are not the best barometer for how we measure the pandemic anymore. It should maybe perhaps be on hospitalizations, because if we are telling people that hospitalization is why you get the vaccine, then perhaps we should be measuring hospitalizations and putting more of an emphasis on the fact that high vaccinated areas have low hospitalizations and low vaccinated areas have high hospitalizations versus just a case count, which doesn't really capture the picture quite as well in 2021.
So there, and he's right, because what he's saying is you need to be, because we started out selling the vaccine as you're going to have 99%. Then we get up 96. I forget what it was. It was in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be protected. Well, not
96.
Yeah, not from the variant. And he said, so what we need to be emphasizing on vaccines, and I think this is fair, no matter how you feel about the vaccine, is as of now, it seems to be keeping people out of the hospital even when they test positive or they have it. So he says we got to shift that and say the vaccine is not hopeless, it's not obsolete, as Dr. Peter McCullough was talking about, because it is still serving a purpose of keeping people out of the hospital.
Right.
And so if we want to get that narrative out there, then we need to keep up with the pandemic by saying this many people are hospitalized right now, and then come back, say, in 99% of them, which is the number I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, 99% of them had no antibodies and are unvaccinated. So, and then you say, so with that information, if you don't have antibodies and you don't have the vaccine, then it is possible that you'll have a much worse time with this than if you had the vaccine or the antibodies.
Let me give you an example, too, again. This is how the media is skewing these numbers. If we have 10 people infected out of 100 people tested, that's a 10% infection rate. Okay, we'll keep these numbers simple. 100 tested, 10 test positive, that's a 10% rate, okay? If we go the next week and we have 50 people that test positive out of 1,000 tested, that's a 5% infection rate.
Right.
So actually, the second one is better than the first. But what would the media say? They would say 10 people were tested positive last week, 50 tested positive this week, a 5-fold increase in the virus.
Right. And that's the wrong way to report it.
That's not the truth. That's not the truth. That's a true statement, but that is not the context of what's really happening. So those numbers, unless you know however many they're saying got it, if you don't know the number of the people tested, you can't make a comparison. So put that away and look at hospitalizations and deaths. That gives you a truer picture.
To the phones we go. Let's start with Parker in Birmingham, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Parker, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, got you loud and
Fired
clear.
up.
All right. So I'm a turkey guide down at Westervelt Lodge. So I get to hunt with your buddy Lee every year. And he was telling me a story about y'all flying down to Gary's and Kate's and Greg punking him.
Correct.
Why do I never hear a best of that, or y'all ever talk about that story?
We have. We did the whole story on the air, and I don't know why if it's been played on the best of, but we 100% did that story. Yeah.
Yeah.
And did several.
So about little Lee Hubbard.
Yeah. Michael in Tuscaloosa. Michael, 30 seconds.
He
Go.
does know concrete, so he explained to it.
Michael?
Reynolds said, "Proceed to go all the way."
Hey, Michael.
Michael, we
Yes,
hate to
sir.
interrupt you, sir.
Hate to interrupt you, but you're on the air.
Hey, I just had to call and say happy. What is it? 0 case day?
Yes.
Tell him. I'm a friend. I'm from Sags, but I had to call and tell him he's a good guy. So I've been on hold and listen. My son-in-law listens to y'all every day.
Well, he's Calhoun County's favorite firefighter.
Yes, he is. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Jerry in Piedmont. Jerry, 30
If I
seconds.
even smell smoke, I'd call Case.
Me too.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, listen, I got a question about the drunk in the Tesla.
Yes.
If he's on autopilot, does that mean he can't get charged with DUI?
That's a good question. Can he still be charged? Because he's not driving under the influence. He's riding.
That's right. Sounds like we can ride around with a Bud Light.
You know, Rick, it goes back.
Great question.
There's this concept, like in ham radio, who is the control operator? Who's in charge of what's
Right.
going on, even the automatic stuff?
It always goes
you
back
still
to
have
ham,
to be. You still have to have somebody in charge, and they
Right.
would be responsible for that car.
Okay. Mike and Harvest.
The way
Mike,
I would look at it.
Mike, 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, Sunday I was on a popular ticket outlet, I'll put it that way, to get tickets to a football game. And after I purchased the tickets, a thing came up on the screen and said that the stadium may require proof of vaccination or a recent negative COVID test.
Yep. Well, Lollapalooza, that's how they did it, and we may see this be the norm on big-time gatherings. I would say that is a possibility. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen.
And Rick, a lot of this
They said may require.
will be tried in the courts and all this, because I know we have a college here that is charging unvaccinated students like $500 more each, and that's, you know, while it's not a vaccine passport, it is. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know how you're going to juggle all that.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I saw that a university yesterday now is going to require all the students to wear masks inside buildings. That was handed down yesterday. So, you know, it's going to be, there's going to be a lot. Yep. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Relief Factor. Been teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show for a while now. Relief Factor, you get a 3-week supply right now for only $19.95. This is a tremendous product. I saw Larry Elder down talking about it. A lot of people joining the old Relief Factor family. And there's a reason for that. It's because, we all have the aches and pains of life. Some of you are struggling with chronic pain. Maybe you've tried everything, or you're concerned about some of the, the addictive properties of the opioids. They can be very problematic. They're not designed to become a lifestyle. The over-the-counter stuff certainly can help, but again, not designed to be used on a regular basis. But with the Relief Factor, this is for botanicals, so this is something you can use on a regular basis without the concern of some of the side effects from the other stuff. And for many people, it is the answer, and I hope it is for you. So get a 3-week supply right now. I take it every day, twice a day. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com for a 3-week supply. Inside those 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's showing, has any benefit for you or not. That's ReliefFactor.com, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find it right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we've tackled a lot of life's big questions here on the show. Do you agree? Over the last 27 years?
We try to. When one's out there, we don't veer out of it.
This is where we may need your physics expertise, but I'll give you an example of us taking on life's biggest questions. We were not afraid to say, let's take, for instance, Elvis Presley.
Right.
We all love to say when someone very famous passed away, for years going ahead, we will say, Elvis Presley's birthday today, he would have been 94.
Right.
And we were not afraid to ask the question, at what point do you start saying would have been this age?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Is it 100?
When you stop doing that, because it's so
right,
many.
Yeah,
Right.
So at what point do you just say it was their birthday, but you stop saying would have been, what I think it has to be 100. Don't you stop after 100? I mean, do you ever go, Elvis Presley's birthday today, if he was still with us, it'd be 106. I mean, you don't. I mean,
you never hear people use Adam in
because they probably wouldn't have made it to 106.
Right. So at what point do we all kind of say, if you look at the average life expectancy, it's really only 77.
Yeah.
So really, right. But we're all pretty comfortable with saying would have been 84 today. But at some point, you stop doing that.
100's a nice place.
I got to say it's 100. So anyway,
nice round number.
So now the question again, since Six Flags in Texas in 2022, they say they will introduce the world's steepest drop roller coaster. So, Bubba, help me here.
I've been on a few that I was weightless come out of the seat.
Oh, yeah.
Holding on to the bar.
Oh, Big Goliath is a dandy over in Atlanta.
I don't know how much more scary we can make roller coasters than they actually hold together, and humans can actually take the forces involved.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
mean, we got roller coasters that go upside down.
Yeah.
We got roller coasters that do barrel. We got roller coasters that shoot up in the air and then you fall back down.
Yes.
I mean, we've got them on top of skyscrapers, Rick. We've got them that go down and touch the water.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what have we got? Where is the limit? Have we got one that goes to the edge of space yet?
Right.
I mean,
yeah. Elon Musk has that
60
covered.
miles up on our roller coaster.
Sir Richard Branson's going up.
Wear
in
your
first.
jacket because it's chilly.
Here comes Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm asking you, at what point can we not do when somebody says that's as steep as you can do? You can't drop them any steeper than that, because I would think the human body can only take so much.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the one we saw at Six Flags, New Jersey?
Yes.
That thing looks scary.
Yes, I do.
Scared.
That, and then when we saw the overwhelming number of baboons, wasn't that the same trip?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how we ended up. Was that a zoo that was next to it or something?
I don't know what it was,
Greg,
but they had a lot of it.
Greg, we looked out there, and there was just a field.
Like hundreds.
With a fence around it, and there was so many baboons. It kind of scary.
It
was terrifying.
More teeth.
I thought, if they decide to run this fence, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
You start thinking Planet of the Apes. You thinking, hey, can I ride a horse with a loincloth and get out of here?
So, Bubba, they say, according to the press release, this coaster coming in 2022 to Six Flags in Texas will feature a 95-degree beyond vertical drop after the initial climb of 150 feet.
Golly.
Hello.
How about that?
Well,
would you ride it? Go.
There's,
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh man,
60 miles an hour.
That'll get you-
I mean,
that'll get you
we've
started.
done some of that fast.
Isn't this just the latest example?
Yeah.
We're always trying to one up and
Yeah.
do something.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
where I can be
Guys,
the
what does it
steepest, I
say?
can be the greatest. I can,
The first time I saw the mind bender, I thought, well, they have reached the pinnacle.
Yeah. It won't get any scarier than that.
I mean, this is it. Well,
It what about the Dahlonega runaway mine truck?
That's a good starter. Of course, it beats
It's
you to
jerky.
death.
That's the thing
Beats
about
you,
it.
you're bruised.
Really, it's worse to me than
Oh,
some of
hurt
those
you
other
back.
ones.
Yeah.
It will be called Dr. Diabolical's Cliffhanger.
Okay. I like a good roller coaster. I'd like to go ride that.
I do too.
What was that one we did in Orlando where it carries you straight up and then drops you back down backwards? Remember
Yes.
that?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
That was pretty scary.
Yeah,
to me.
your body. Do you like the ones too that you shoot out of the chute that you don't climb up a hill? I mean, you're sitting in it, you step in, they strap on you, then boom, and they shoot you out of
climb,
there.
yeah.
The rock and roll roller coaster with Aerosmith does that. The Hulk does that.
I tell you, that space shot
Universal.
we did at the Huntsville Space and Rocket Center was, I mean, that's 4Gs. Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, you're on the ground. Next minute, you're looking over the trees. You know, it's pretty extreme.
So speaking of that, we had footage of the type of ride you're talking about, and we had these two girls. I guess they were. You have to document everything now.
Mm-hmm.
They were being shot up in one of these and got hit in the face with a bird.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is one of those kind of space shot things, isn't it? It's got you.
Yeah.
And it lets you go, and then it shoots you up
It's
in
like
the
a
air.
seagull. Just hits her right in the face.
Yeah, and so we're looking at this
I
now.
haven't watched her face when she gets it off of her.
Well, yeah, when you
What do you do?
well, when they- look,
Oh my gosh.
She's like, what is that?
that is hilarious.
I bet that was scary when that thing hit you like that.
What
It
about-
wrapped around.
What about when you're trying to concentrate on what your body's trying to do from being shot in the air and a seagull hits you right in the chin?
I mean, Rick,
take you
it
to
plows
figure out?
right into you and just stays there.
Yeah, I know. You're like,
I mean, it like hit it right in the throat.
It's real.
So, and it looks
That
like the
is
seagull
crazy.
makes it.
Well, I mean, does it really?
What if you're the seagull? You're just as scared.
Yeah.
What the?
You're
What's
like,
that?
dang, what
Rick,
was
we
that?
got plenty of them.
Don't you know that?
What's she screaming?
Greg, at the next meeting of the little area, there's like a seagull standing there talking to the city council. This amusement park is really
Rick
becoming.
has a little neck brace on it.
Yeah,
You're right in our flight path.
Who do I need to talk to about this space shot ride? Because our family members are being pummeled as they shoot human beings into the air. Just think about the fact that what is this weird side of us that needs this kind of stuff?
I don't know. But we've remember Don Juan and I went to the water park when they were opening one. We actually did something live where they took us up and then you just drop out of the air.
Yeah.
And then that slide that I went down straight down on, it's like you literally you leave everything and you're just falling, and all of a sudden it catches you at the bottom.
The scariest thing I remember doing personally was those snowmobiles. Because it went that way. I mean, we were off the ground going down that hill, and I'm thinking, what in the world am I doing
What
on
are
this
you
with
doing?
a kid?
Yeah, that. Yeah, looking back on that one, that was.
Yeah, I look back at that like I do my tower climbing days. I'm glad to have that behind me.
Well, for me, I have a.
What was I thinking?
Yeah, I have a good time.
Thank you, Lord.
I have a good time when I'm riding a roller coaster. I generally enjoy those.
We go Rough Riders up.
Yeah, but I don't like these rides that take you up and drop you.
Now those, woo!
I don't like those free fall deals. I'm not a fan.
I'll
of that.
ride them, but boy, they make you. If they last any longer, you die.
Yeah, you're talking about getting. Yeah. I get lost in related links when it shows these people on them and they like pass out. They're like, ah!
Then they wake up.
Yeah, then they wake up. And they're like, man, that wasn't so bad.
Going, wait.
I remember that wasn't so bad. And you're like, buddy, you were out.
You were asleep.
Stephen King. But anyway, he's on TV4 looking good. But I remember
looking sharp, Stevie.
On the free fall at Six Flags in Atlanta. I remember I did the thing where you put a nickel on your thigh, and as you're falling, it's sitting there doing this right next to you.
Did you do that?
Did it really do it?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
How was it doing?
It's sitting there right beside you doing
Then
it.
it falls behind you.
Then it falls behind you. You can't find it. Don't put anything on there that you still want, because once it stops and they do you sideways and up and down and get you out of it.
Speedy went because he didn't want to lose no money.
No, we couldn't get Speedy to do it. He said a nickel.
Man, I might need that.
Hey, a nickel found, a nickel earned.
Rick, I'll get me a cherry berry.
Greg, nickel saved, nickel earned.
So that's how I talk.
You remember the cherry berries they had at Six Flags? Them little popsicles?
I
need some in my stomach there.
15 minutes to the top. You're right. 15 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way. Check our website. Have you registered for the VIP package for the World Games coming 2022 to Birmingham? Meet Sarah Evans and Randy Owen. Register now.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So, an interesting story today involving religious exemption, and this one involves the military.
Rick, Sergeant Jacob DiPietro is thought to be the first Christian in the U.S. Army to receive a religious exemption to grow his hair and beard out. He is a follower of the Nazarite vow, which says no razor may be used on their head and forbids alcohol consumption.
Correct.
He joined the Army in 2010 but didn't seek to pursue his faith until 2017. In 2019, he applied for the exemption but was languished in bureaucracy for 2 years. Several other religions have received religious hair exemptions in recent years, including Norse pagan, Muslim, and I'm not sure about this one, SIKH. Not up on that one.
What is that last one?
SIKH. Despite finally getting his wish, the ordeal soured him on the service, and he plans to leave next year when his contract is up. So he fought for all that, got it, now he's leaving.
Well, I mean, I didn't really know there were still people modern day that take the Nazarite vow.
Right. Well, you may remember ZZ Top. They did.
Right. By the way, I meant to ask some of you that went, that have seen, because ZZ Top, when Dusty Hill passed, they were playing in Alabama right after he passed. First show without him. And so people were calling that day and went to it. I wonder what that was like, how that show went and what they did.
I'm sure somebody was calling Damon Johnson.
You know what?
He gets to call on all filling gigs, doesn't he? Hey, if you're not playing with Skinner tonight,
right?
You go over here and play Sharp Dressed Man.
Right. So, this is but I mean, what can you say if you're going to allow these other exemptions? Then, if somebody says it's against my religious convictions to cut my beard, you really can't. If you're going to, now if you went and said, no, look, once you come into the military, it's a different game than living as a free citizen in the constitutional republic. We have things that we do here that keep order, that make us a better fighting force, and all this other stuff is out in your personal life. It's not allowed here. But once you open the door to one, then you pretty much have to accommodate them all, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, before you know it, there's not going to be any haircuts.
Yeah,
that's what it'll lead to.
No, I think you're right.
And I think they do that so it keeps things simple when you're in combat.
Well, that's the point I was making. It's probably functional,
right?
Why you wouldn't want to have a beard and you wouldn't want to have long hair. Now I do know maybe some of their special forces when they drop them into certain.
If you're undercover, it's a different deal.
Yeah, but if you're, I know it's also trying to give you that mindset. We're one fighting force,
right?
We're your individuality is kind of going away, and now we all become.
We're all the same.
We're all the core. We're all the whatever.
All the same hair.
Right? But he got his way, and then you said he's not going to stay.
It said the whole experience just soured him on the deal. He's out.
Was he shocked about that going in?
Yeah. Did he think? I don't know.
Yeah. It's
kind of one of them deals. You know this when you sign up. And
right.
If that's a big deal, don't sign up.
Right.
Nobody captured you.
Right.
Made you join.
No, you're right. So anyway,
volunteer force.
It's I've heard this being talked about before. It also, and again, it could be different because he's talking to a Greek culture or whatever, Paul in 1 Corinthians. But it's interesting when you think about the Nazarite vow, and you heard Jesus make, and he was discussing, that you say John the Baptist is crazy because of his devotion to no alcohol, no cutting of his hair,
living in the desert.
And then you say I'm crazy because I don't do that. Well, you got to make up your mind which one of us is crazy.
Right.
And
you got to give us somewhere to land.
It doesn't matter at all. But it's just one of those fun things that we often talk about. The artists that always try to paint a picture of what the God as a man would have looked like in his human form. And we don't know because there's no pictures then. we looked at Scripture, and what we find, it says there really wasn't anything physical about him that would have brought your attention to him. Okay, so we do see that in Scripture, meaning it was supposed to be humble, unassuming, because that then glorified how wonderful God was. It was when you heard him teach, and when you heard him do whatever. So we know that physically there was nothing that was, brilliant about him in his human form. Now that's different now. John's revelation of him, wow, I don't know if you've seen him there. But he has returned to his glory, ladies and gentlemen. But I've often wondered, because of the way the Jewish men functioned in that day that were not Nazarites, is it possible that this assumption, and I know what the assumption is, he had nowhere to lay his head. They lived a life of basic poverty. So it was likely that access to haircuts probably wasn't readily available.
Sports clips not readily available there on the road to Damascus.
So I understand that, but when you look at the culture of these Jewish men, and you look at some of the things that even Paul wrote about involving appearing as a woman and women, that long hair is their glory, and men normally do not wear their hair as long as women, and this kind of stuff. And I think it's 1 Corinthians 14, 15 right in there. But you kind of wonder if it was a group, any of the guys in the group that were not Nazarites, and of course John the Baptist wasn't in the group, but he was the handing it down. Would they really wear their hair very long? And it's possible that Jesus didn't have long hair at all, or it wasn't as long as we portray it.
They obviously didn't have razors like we have now. They couldn't give you a number 3 on the side, But
I'm just saying, would a Jewish man of that day, would he pay attention to his hair not getting overly long if he wasn't a Nazarite? And
clearly there's a difference, as you said.
Yeah,
So,
but
because
Jesus was not.
Did they look like Duck Dynasty versus say what we look like?
Correct. Because look, let me tell you something.
Mine's long right now.
It's funny. My mother loves to talk about how her dad and many of the men of the day thought the Beatles' hair was just,
oh yeah, they were hippies.
These were a bunch of women wearing their hair like that, and so it's all relative. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying not as long as we portray it in the picture.
Right.
I certainly don't.
Not Adler-like.
No.
Yeah.
And but it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't have any bearing on anything. I'm just interested.
Yeah, I think it's that's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, because it may not have been the norm, but they're showing. But long hair is a relative term, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when you see every picture of Jesus that's ever been painted, he has very, very long hair. But he didn't have a Nazarite vow.
Right.
And so
I think the real long probably would not be accurate.
Right.
I would say nothing longer than Barry Gibb.
That's funny to me.
That's kind of where I draw the line, the Barry Gibb line.
I know in this weird place you've often thought that Barry Gibb would make a good portrayal of Jesus.
I did. With that British accent, it's like he's speaking in King James.
Right. Right. Something about that has always on me. I don't know why. But
me too, for some reason.
Yeah, that's what you think Jesus looks like, right?
Yeah,
there.
Probably so. Maybe a little shorter than that. I don't know.
Right, you're right. But you're right. I mean, it's an interesting discussion. But like I said, we'll have to be told about it, because the next time we see him, go look at the Revelation. It's quite the production.
A lot of times, too, in that part of the world, I think they all wore headdress because of the sandstorms and the heat. Mm-hmm. So you may not have known how long their hair were a lot of times.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is. Keep checking. 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. I have a funny something to tell you, Bill Bubba Bussy, off the air. A brand new hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Hey, Willamette could spend any time. We're back on another week there. Also, your phone calls coming in this hour. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, and there's Bubba back in the seat.
There he
hey,
is.
buddy.
There he is. Glad to be here, Rick.
All right, so Adler's looking for this picture. We were just emailed. Yeah. If you remember, if you're just joining us on the live show, we were discussing hours ago that there was a Tesla that had autopilot on, and the guy was so drunk that he was passed out, and the Tesla stopped and put on hazard lights, and the guy was sitting there passed out to law enforcement could get there or whatever. And we showed you that, and there he is passed out the wheel for those of you who didn't see it hours ago. Well, somebody has sent us a picture of them on autopilot in a Tesla listening to the show. Look
in the great state of Mississippi.
So look, this is it right here. So there's the show. That looks like they got the TuneIn app rocking.
Yep.
And they're listening to the show as the Tesla drives them on autopilot.
You know, I'd mentioned earlier, I've seen a lot more Teslas around than we used to see. And I've known a couple of people that have them and rode in them. It's quite an experience. But I'd like to hear from some people, Rick, who have that and is able to use that. Is that legal to use the autopilot now? Or
it's a great question. I mean, would it be?
Greg, don't jump out there.
I don't think it is.
Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not legal.
They're going to take them off.
It's a very good question. I don't know.
And I
don't
like
even know who would rule on that.
I would like to know if the Tesla owners are enjoying their car. Is it worth the money?
Well, I will tell you this. We have all these kids. Young Broderick, aspiring entrepreneur, he says that he will own a Tesla. He said
he's in, huh?
He said as soon as I can.
But he'll want to drive it.
He said as soon as I can afford one, I want a Tesla. And I said, well, all right, that's.
I'd like
hey,
to
that's
have
a lofty.
one.
That's a lofty goal, and good luck to you.
I'd like to test drive one for a while just to see.
I sat in one down there at Hendrick one day. Somebody traded it in.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like the SUV version. It looked like a rocket ship inside of it. It was crazy.
Quick Google. Currently, Alabama has no laws or regulations pertaining to self-driving vehicles. Now, the line under this, which is a separate article, says what states are self-driving cars legal in? And Alabama is listed amongst those 29 states.
What about MIS, SIS, SIPPI?
Yes, it is listed as well.
I guess they're saying if you don't have a law against it, then it's okay.
Yeah.
It's legal until it's illegal.
So it looks like our surrounding states, it is perfectly fine.
Well, they need to hurry up.
Greg, why are you so worried about this?
I don't like it.
I need to show you that TED Talk that from a few years ago that really shows the details of this. I think you'll feel better about
Greg watch a few TED
if
Talks.
I want to do that, fine. But I don't want them to, because they're going to completely just make us all not drive.
Have you ever seen a TED Talk?
That's what they're going to do.
No. You ever
I don't
catch
know
a TED
Ted,
Talk?
and I don't know about who he talks to.
I thought I was watching one.
Who died in that TED boss?
Greg, I think it would make you feel better about the technology. I hear what you're saying about
TEDx.
mandates and all
even if
that.
it's perfect, even if it's not that I don't trust it,
it's like riding a train somewhere.
If they can assure me that one day they're not going to make it be only that.
Well, you're not big on change. Let's just be
I'm not
honest
big
about it.
I don't want to be in a vehicle that I can't drive if I want to. Now, if I don't want to drive it and let it go,
But nobody
that's
is
fine.
saying that.
Yeah, well, that's where it's going.
But that's not where
I'm
we're at
with
today.
You. Hey,
Greg,
if you want to give me that feature and it stay right there, I'm in.
See,
he is transformed into Coach Burgess quicker than
really
even I
has.
imagined.
So y'all don't care that if one day they come up and say, guys, I'm sorry, you bunch of dumb A's. Y'all can't drive your vehicles. We're going to drive them for you, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Y'all would like that.
Greg, will you
No,
please
I
next
wouldn't.
say I want to get Channel 4?
I'm just telling you. Well, if you like
Greg,
that,
I'll
Rick,
be honest.
fine.
Greg, I'll be honest with you. It probably will be safer.
What it got to do with safer?
Than my. It doesn't.
Liberty.
Well, I'm talking about though from a safety standpoint.
Look,
I want you to think about who
Y'all,
drives. in the
Adler
family.
has walked in, so he's got something important.
I agree.
Greg Adler, the Nazarite's got something to say.
Go ahead.
I did take the Nazarite pledge, as you can see. I'm not even going to say what Greg said. He's like, next thing you know, blah, 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 blah. And the level of conspiracy that it was, I was shocked. I didn't know what to say to what Greg.
Well, Greg thinks this is going to end with us not being able to drive. We're put in cars and you punch
take you wherever.
They take you wherever, and then
They one day they're going to be too many of us. They're going to drive us all to a big area and exterminate us.
Greg, the vaccine's covering that.
Greg,
that's
duh, the microchips are taking care of that, Greg.
Thank you.
This from a vaccinated person. I got a conspiracy going. Isn't
that funny?
No, I just won't be able to drive my car.
Are you calling Schindler's Drive? Is that what you're saying?
Just back off all that, and I just kind of won't be able to drive my car if I want to.
Well, Greg, nobody's still
I won't be able to stomp the gas and kick a little dust up.
You think if you allow this step, that's where it's going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because they'll say safety-wise, these are much better, which they are. I got that.
Well,
They're not
until it goes
until
rogue.
they get it right.
All the automakers are trying to push this direction, that self-driving, because, hey, if you get a car that can truly drive itself, why would you want another car? You know what I'm saying? Unless you're a person like Greg. But the one thing that Tesla is doing to kind of get around some of their liability is they always say the autopilot feature on the Tesla requires active supervision from a driver.
Yeah.
So
Control
now,
operator.
we've seen that people don't do that. People sleep, people read, people play games, people eat and stuff like that. But people are doing all that anyway without the self-driving.
Don't you have to have your hands on the steering wheel?
I think the
for a
Tesla,
certain amount of time?
yeah, every once in a while they're like, "Hey, you still there?"
Never mind. I ain't
Which is
worried
why
about
it probably
all that.
stopped it, right?
Yes.
Because the guy never hadn't touched it in a while.
He didn't have
That's a
any
good feature.
response back. Yeah.
That's a good
See,
feature.
Like my vehicle has a lot of things that assist you. Of course, I turn them all off, but it has it. Like if you get too close, if you're on cruise and you come up on somebody, it'll back it down.
I don't like that, by the way.
I don't either.
I tell you what I don't like is if
But it's good technology.
Yeah, the little sensors every time you get near the line or get near the whatever, it's a little hypersensitive.
Well,
How you like
we
a
were
seat
talking
when it
about that.
vibrates? When the seat touches you when something's inside you.
I just think I'm not good at staying on the lines.
Well, let me ask you about this.
Evidently, I can't drive a straight line.
But remember this, and I know we're supposed to do it correctly. But if you notice, even if you change the lanes carefully, but you don't put your blinker on, it gets on.
It'll ding you too. I wish they'd give us like a
where's the
3-inch
person?
grace period.
Tell you what I do like is that blind spot little light.
That's
comes
good.
on. That's a good one.
Well, Greg, who
See,
knows?
Greg? See?
Look, if we'll act right and just enhance the driving experience, I'm all about it.
Let me speak on that.
Once you turn over the controls of the vehicle, you're never getting it back.
Thank you, Greg.
Let me speak
You're never getting
to.
it
Let me
back.
speak on behalf of all drivers who are listening or watching this right now. If the autopilot features get your sorry self out of the left lane, they could probably win me over to that alone.
that would help.
Yeah, if it won't let you ride the left-hand lane.
It's one of life's mysteries that I cannot
We
understand.
got a law about it, and it still doesn't matter.
But I don't know why it's. How is that not bothering you when you're the person? I know we've talked about that. I'm not gonna do it again. But I tell you what was funny. You talk about hilarious. You know how sometimes you see something, you go, "Well, there's somebody that's practicing their faith." I drove past one day, headed. I forget where I was going, and I could see the guy was reading the newspaper while he was driving. And this is before smartphones or anything like that. When I got up there, I looked, and he was a priest. And I thought, well, there's a guy.
Well, he knows where he's going.
You know what he's saying? God's driving. He was autopilot long before this was even available.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Right. So you almost flipped off a priest.
No. I saw the newspaper being read, and I thought, wow, that looks a little dangerous. and then I got up there, and I'm like, well, he's a priest. I mean, he thinks God's got this handled.
I saw someone not too long ago that was literally blocking the left-hand lane. They were just blocking it, and people were getting mad and trying to get around the right side. And there was another car there, and it was a problem. And an unmarked patrol car came up by. I don't know if it was state or whoever it was. And they were still doing it, and buddy, he put the lights on them. They decided to scoot on over there.
Did he pull them over? Please tell me he did.
I don't know. I was long gone by then. So
The number of people that are not paying attention, I know we've said this a million times. It's getting worse every month. I swear. I can be at a intersection where everybody's waiting for their red lights to turn green, and in every single line there will be at least one person who's just down looking at their phone, and you have to honk at them. Yeah. It happens every single.
To your
light.
point, Chris Adler. To your point. Honking at the person in front of me at the red light is the norm now.
It is.
Because everybody in front of you at a red light is looking at their phone, and when it goes green, they will not go.
It's
almost like the honk now is required.
It is.
But you know one reason they do that? Because the lights take so long.
Right.
I mean, you're hung out there forever.
Hey, pay attention, folks. You're driving a couple ton death cage. Let's be a little more careful. We don't have self-driving yet. I don't think everybody knows that.
Well, we'll get it. Be happy.
And Greg, will we ever get it back if we turn it over?
No, once you give them the right to drive, you will not get it back.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past. Phone calls coming in, and we're chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go to Ryan out of Meridian, Mississippi, listening to us on 97.9 The Buzz. So, Ryan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
I'm good, man. How about y'all today?
Fired up and ready, draw back just like a flip.
I'm with you, man. Look, y'all was talking about Teslas not making sounds. The new model Tesla that just came out, it actually has speakers in the grill and the bumper, and you can actually download whatever car sound you want and put it into the Tesla, and it will go down the road and actually make a sound.
I got to ask you this. Could I simply download Nationwide by ZZ Top and that be playing as I roll?
There you go.
Yes, sir.
So I hit the gas pedal, or the electrical.
The go button.
The go button.
I don't know what you call it.
And all of a sudden, Nationwide will start cranking as I roll.
Yes, sir. There's a guy that I know that has one, and he downloaded the Hellcat. He has it coming out. It'll actually rev up at a stoplight. It'll sit there and just rumble. It even actually has the sound that the Jetsons car makes as it goes down the road. It'll sound like a Jetson car.
That is fantastic. So it can sound like anything you want it to.
Anything you want it to, it'll come out.
That's funny.
How about a cut-down Volkswagen Beetle?
Remember
the old cut-down?
Gosh, I forgot all about those, Greg.
Man.
Do you remember the cut-down
With 4
Volkswagen?
mud tires,
Oh, everybody loved those. Did y'all have that in Mississippi?
Well, we had it all. Chop front off back.
Just a line.
Put big mud tires on.
Rick, it's all it is. Take the whole hood or trunk off of it, and you could see the belts and everything.
We had a call when I was in there with Harry Murdahl here recently, where there's on YouTube someone that had taken a Tesla and put it in a Volkswagen body. And this apparently it's a YouTube video that's out where he kind of moved things around.
What do you mean? Like he has an electric car that
he took a Volkswagen engine and the guts or whatever and put it into a Volkswagen. That's just what the caller said on YouTube.
Would you put a Volkswagen shell on a Tesla?
He said he was emailing you
the
link.
Yeah,
for YouTube.
I
wouldn't want to.
Let's go to Terry.
Speedy made it up.
Out of Huntsville, listen, 100.3 The River. Terry, go ahead.
Yes, where my wife works, they're going to try to mandate that they take the coronavirus shot. And can she refuse it if her religious belief says that she's not supposed to take it?
You know, when you get to religious exemptions, that's maybe a different game. But we did have a ruling that private entities can, in businesses, they can require that if you want to be part of their group and the part of their requirement is the vaccine, they can do that because you have the option to work elsewhere.
Yeah, that's where it stands right now. It was a federal court, and I don't believe the Supreme Court would hear it or ruled on it or hasn't ruled on it yet. So my understanding is that is what the law is right now.
Yeah, if you're a private entity, I think you can, but I don't know about religious exemption. That I don't know.
Good news: if she joins the service, she can grow a beard.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah,
that we do know.
That's been improved.
Yeah, so you need to find somebody that where that collides on the private. I don't know. Let's go to Chad out of Huntsville.
Chad.
100.3 The River. Chad, go ahead.
Hey, as far as the traffic stuff goes that y'all were talking about earlier, we need to talk about merging in traffic because most people in Huntsville don't know how to merge.
Yeah.
They want to stop.
Yeah.
And that way then kind of get through.
Yeah.
It's like you need to accelerate and then merge into traffic. But they stop, and that infuriates me the most.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
Yeah.
The merge is we stay in motion.
Yeah, keep going.
And we don't just come out there and stop and then start looking back. I mean, you roll and you merge in.
Every now and then you may have to eat a little bit of the shoulder up.
Yeah,
depends on if traffic's not cool.
It's a lot like these drive-thrus that have two places you order. You kind of you fit in. You know.
Let's go to Paul in Greenville, Alabama. Paul. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Paul.
How are y'all doing?
We're good, and we hope you're in a good spot. Sounds like you just switched.
I think I heard it switch. Go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just going to talk to Greg. When I was in the second grade, they came to our town with a car that was going to run on rails. And I'm 64 years old now, and we still don't have it. So I don't think he has any worries about cars taking over.
What they called a train?
Yeah. It went on to become something called a train.
Yeah. It got bigger, carried more people with it.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Yeah. Could have carried a lot.
By the way, if you ever hear Sherry get on her speech on we should have never left the freight train, it's
look. There's a lot of people would argue that.
Right. Yeah.
Terry's on this big thing. We've been watching on the Smithsonian Channel, Mighty Trains. I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't seen that one.
Travels all through. everywhere on trains.
For some
she's
reason,
like, I'd like to do that here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Can you? And I'm like, I don't. I guess you got Amtrak. I'm assuming.
Yeah. If you have days to burn,
it ain't in its glory days like it was.
Right.
Speaking of somebody who's done the train thing before, it's not the quickest trip.
There's no bullet train like they got in Japan.
Now let me tell you, when we rode the train, you remember that time we rode the train from London over to Paris?
That's it.
And went under the channel. And Dad kept claiming we weren't under the channel because he couldn't see any water out the window. And I was like, Dad, we ain't under the water. Look out the window. And I said, Dad, no, it's
under the dirt.
Tunnel.
It's under the water.
No, Dad, we're not a submarine. Dad, we're not in a submarine.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, it's not.
The water is walled off.
How about you build that whole thing and you're inspecting the tracks and you go, well, there's water coming out of the ceiling. Oh, that's bad.
Greg, you know how he does it. So you're telling me you think we're under this water? that we are.
like you're trying to trick him or something.
Yeah, tell you what. Look at the window. You believe that? We're in a tunnel, but we ain't under no water. Never mind.
Tunnel. Well, okay.
Keep in mind, this is a guy that doesn't have a GPS because he said he never went anywhere he didn't know where he was going.
Yeah, which really is hard to argue with.
Yeah, well, you might as well cut your tongue out.
Unless you're going somewhere you don't know where you're going.
Right, yeah. He just says he never takes on that.
He just won't go.
He just figures it out before he goes. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll continue with your phone calls and any stories that we may have missed. 866 We Be Big. Our website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Get your Rick and Bubba swag.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We got your phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. How about this? We have a couple outside watching the show. Do you see them out there?
Yep.
So they're on their way to Florida. Is that right? From Texas to the free state of Florida, the beach.
I can't see their mouths.
And you, talking to the wife, you are the Rick and Bubba fan, right? Or was it you?
We both are.
You won her over.
Who started?
Who won who over to it? You won him over. Okay, that's what I thought. And you've also turned him into an Auburn fan, I see. Okay.
And what was he before?
He was Texas before? Or A&M? Texas
A&M.
Oh, so you're still in the conference and pulling for somebody else. Well, you would be in the conference either way now. So, well, welcome. We're glad you guys are watching from the outside on your trip, and appreciate it very much. Now, HelixSleep.com/Bubba is asking the question, did you sleep well last night?
Did you?
And if the answer is no, not really, it may be because you're on an outdated mattress or you're just on an inferior mattress.
Very good.
And Greg and Lisa Burgess, they solved that problem.
That's right. I'm not on an inferior mattress anymore, Rick.
No, because you went to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, filled out a few questions, tell them you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach.
That's right.
And Lisa did the same thing.
That's right.
And whether you like the mattress firm, you like it in between, you like it soft, and then they customize that mattress for you, and then where'd they send it?
They send it to your house in this box. You pop it open. There it is. You got 100 days. I don't know what day I'm on, but I believe I'm keeping it. It doesn't matter.
Little baby brother likes to snuggle on his Helix. And so that's...
that was the jingle.
Yeah, I mean,
Rick made that up. Yeah. Rick, tell Helix that's free.
Hey, snuggling's free.
Yeah.
My little jingles I throw out there, and no charge.
No charge.
So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba right now, and we'll send one to your door as well. Fill out the questions. We'll save you $200 by using this.
Whoa.
Yeah, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Also a link at RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Let's go to Drew, Auburn, Alabama. Drew, welcome.
Monkey grass and green acres.
And there is Drew.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
All right, guys, I want to get your opinion or any information. If my company requires me to sign to get the vaccine, can I have them sign a contract saying that if I have a health issue down the road because of the vaccine, that they will take care of it financially for me, or would that be a class action lawsuit or something?
Well, here's what I don't know this for sure, but I know how these things normally work. In order to work here, you must be vaccinated. We are private. We have the authority. And oh, by the way, before you take it, here is a you will not hold us harmless exemption that you have to sign as well. I bet you have to sign one of those. But again, people have signed those before and still had lawsuits that somehow overcame them every now and then. But there'll be a hold harmless involved in that, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, that's really a lawyer question, and it's such a new and emerging thing. It's literally changing day by day. But I think that I think right now that the employer can tell you what to do if you want to stay employed.
The way this thing
because Biden's about to do that to all the federal employees.
Well, and the problem with that is it only feeds the concern. There ought to be just a very, very here's the good, the bad, the ugly, and we as a country and as a society, here's why we think it's a good idea for you to do. Here's what we think this vaccine can do, and what we know now it can't do. And here's the good side, here's the bad side. Everything has a risk benefit, and you try to encourage people to get the vaccine because you truly think that it is the best thing to get past this and the best thing for them as an individual person. And then they have to make the decision on whether that risk benefit, they're in agreement with it or not. But when you start all this, we're going to make you do it. Your boss can make you do it. We're going to mandate it. All that does is cause people to push back. And that's just not wise. We got to stop the tribalism part of it, as we talked about before. Whether if this is my worldview, I got to be in the don't get a vaccine camp, and if this is my worldview, I've got to be in the get in the vaccine camp, and I can't violate. The vaccine now becomes what tribe I belong in. We got to drop all that.
Yep.
We need to have an open conversation about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we make the best decisions that we can make. And then if it goes the wrong way for you, then you go either I wish I'd made a different decision, or I still stand by my decision. This risk was worth it to me because I think I was going to have problems either way. Some people, may have a biblical worldview that says, this is there's only so much I can do about things that God's in fully control of. Now, we certainly do not adhere to the people that take that to the point that they don't seek medical help at all.
Yeah,
I don't
believe in that.
I think that's a misinterpretation of God's sovereignty. But I'll just tell you this: someone who in this whole team makes a living marketing. The marketing right now of the pandemic and the vaccine and the treatments is terrible, absolutely terrible.
Well, part of it is, and I understand that you have to change messaging as the data changes because you're dealing with something you don't completely know. But isn't that when you should just say we don't completely know and be honest? Because what has happened, there has been a lot of seeds of misinformation from the very beginning when they said don't wear a mask.
Right.
Remember that? That's how it started.
Right.
In the very beginning, Kamala Harris, who's now vice president, saying she wouldn't take a vaccine that Trump rushed through. Yeah. Now, boom, I get inaugurated. I put my hand on whatever she put her hand on and became VP. Now she says, trust this, trust what I'm saying.
Right.
See, you can't do that in this age of videos and the internet. I mean, you got to be smarter than that. And I think you'd have been better off to say, I don't know, and then form an opinion as the data come in, as to form an opinion, data come in, reverse it 180 degrees, because people don't trust you then.
Well, and and like you said, because if you start making all these statements that you really don't have the information to make.
But you want to look sharp and
Well, we can't live in a world that if this man tells you to get the vaccine, you shouldn't, but if this man tells you to get it, you should.
Yeah.
The vaccine is either the right way to go or it's not.
Right.
Yeah. And individual people need to hear all the information and then make their choice, and then we move forward. And the only thing that is true, that none of us can argue, is that as far as long-term effects, we know that the effects of this virus, including Rick Burgess, who had the alpha, and thankfully didn't have a terrible time with it. But I don't know the long last. I'll tell you this: my taste and smell, it still isn't the way it was. It's not the way it was. Things don't taste the way they once did. Now I
was hoping that my taste wouldn't come back, but it did.
Do I still have more taste than I had when I didn't have any? Of course, but it's still not the same. And I don't smell things the same way. Some things I still can't smell that I once could. So my central nervous system has been affected in some way, shape, or form by the fact that I had it. And is that going to be a big deal for me in the future? I don't have any idea, nor does anyone else. You know why? Because we haven't lived that yet. Yeah. Is the vaccine, is there some side effects?
Now, we do know that the vaccine, short term, for the 6-9 months we've had it out, will work against the alpha, the original.
Apparently.
And apparently it helps some people against the variant, but it's not protection against the variant.
Yeah, we know
Lindsey Graham got it.
Yeah, we now know, and I know other people that have gotten it, but they tested positive for it, and some of them have some symptoms, some of them don't, even though they got the vaccine. But I don't know of any. Now that doesn't mean they don't exist.
Right.
I don't know of any people that are in intensive care that had the vaccine because of the variant. They may be there, and I just don't know it. That's back to being honest again, and talking about it. Now, do I know people that have just died? And people who are fighting for their lives right now that weren't vaccinated and didn't have antibodies when they got the variant? Yes, I do. More of them than I wish. So, I can sit down and I can reason that out and then make decisions going forward. Do I think, though, do in these cases where these people treated like Dr. Williams and Dr. McCullough, were they treated with the antiviral stuff early on? They weren't. So maybe that's something that we need to change. Mm-hmm. But that's not political. That's not. You're not allowed to say that. No, I really think I am, and I think that what we should do is we need to do some trial and error on this stuff. And I'll tell you one thing I wouldn't do if what I'm doing, people who are not vaccinated and people who don't have antibodies keep ending up in intensive care. Then however I approach it, I'd probably change that. And if I saw, And then if I saw people that didn't have the antibodies, didn't have the vaccine, that didn't end up in the hospital, I would look at their either, and some of them may just say, I don't know why I didn't end up in the hospital. They did the same thing to me and I didn't end up. I'm sure that's true. But if you were given antivirals and you were given the infusion and that kept you out of the hospital, so now you can make the decision going forward if you just want to keep doing that, or do you think you're okay now, we won't have any more variants and whatever. But I just don't know why look, we had someone say this in the very beginning of the original Alpha COVID, and I can still hear it in my ears. When politics enters into science, it's awkward.
Boy, isn't it?
Once that happens, we've left true science. Now, even our scientists go get in their tribes. And, man, let me tell you who pays the price for that. All of us.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be, we are working on it. Here's some things we got. Good news. We have vaccine and we have treatments that we didn't have the first time. So, and here's what they can do. Here's what it looks like they don't do. And here's the things we don't know. See, that last category, no, everybody acts like you can't say that.
Yeah.
You know, is anybody,
I think people are relatable too. We just don't know yet, but we're gathering data.
Yeah. You ever had surgery? They come in and give you every scenario possible. You know, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show, and we are taking your phone calls. Let's go. So phone calls are standing by. Let's go to Kevin out of Scottsboro. Listen to us on 101.7. Hey, Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
Fired up and ready.
I hear you. Hey, I just wanted to give a different point of view to the Tesla. I know that Greg mentioned earlier that he was kind of skeptical about them, but I myself have been visually impaired for over 20 years, and I would have loved for these Teslas to come out 20 years ago, so that way I could have some independence, that I think they would be like awesome. And I don't own one right now because they're kind of expensive, but I just wanted to give my point of view about it because there's a lot of visually impaired people out there, who could definitely benefit from getting one of those for them to have some independence.
Yeah, I get that, but I still don't want a car I can't drive.
No, Greg, we got it. You've made that.
If that option's out there, that's fine.
But what I'm saying is,
I wasn't talking to the visually
Kevin,
impaired.
here's the thing. There's
we still let a visually impaired person
There's
do
a
it?
lot of people who can see that still don't know how to drive.
No, you're right. But I mean, would they allow that? Though, hey, it's automatic, so visually impaired people can now
It'll
drive.
have to get to the point where they're
it has
totally
to-
depend on it.
So do I have the option to tell my Tesla to go to my parents' house in Huntsville, pick them up, and bring them back to mine?
Oh.
Yeah, but the problem is, I bet you now.
I think you're still going to have that positive
There you
control
go.
operator that would be able to take the car in case the automatic.
Can I do that with an app?
Look, the ham community covered this clearly.
Yeah. Control operator. Everybody knows that.
So, did you tell me the couple outside has an anniversary?
Yeah,
day?
Chad and his bride are having 20? Is that
20
right?
20 years.
20.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to the beach, celebrate 20. How about that? So we have to sing the song.
Sure we do.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. So that's it. We didn't know it was your anniversry.
Happy
that makes it even sweeter.
Yeah.
All right. So
crazy newlyweds.
and we don't have a whole lot of Rick and Bubba shirts here. Our stock is way low. And I was going to bring you guys one and say, well, at least they could be pajamas. I went back there. I mean, I think double and triple X is all we got. And I mean, it could be pajamas or something like that. I mean, no.
No.
You know what? If y'all want a big shirt, we'll bring one out. Okay, there we go.
Right.
We got some back there.
Right.
I mean, they're really big.
Yeah, they are. They
Yeah.
are. My wife loves to wear big shirts.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Around
that's
the
why I
house.
said it could be like pajamas or something like that.
Right.
My wife didn't. Don't all women do the?
Yeah.
I got a big shirt.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And I'm wearing it around.
Oh, she'll take one of my shirts in a second.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of number one.
Yeah, it really is. Especially a button down.
All right. We're still on.
Okay.
It's like Speedy was reading my mind.
Brent's in Chattanooga.
Get out of there, Speedy.
Hey,
Get out of there.
Brent, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, kind of a twofold question. I haven't heard really a lot of how or of what people that are being reinfected that have been vaccinated are getting. Are they getting Alpha or are they getting the Delta?
Well, I don't think.
Can you even tell? I don't. Is
They
there a way
will
to
tell
know?
you.
Is there a way to know?
Yeah, they let you know.
You
Alpha
can,
Delta.
You can, but it takes extra testing and it takes a bit of time to get that. I think that they're really thinking more of it as Delta because of the spot samples they're doing. They're able to say, hey, look, 75% of what we're seeing is Delta, so they assume it is.
Yeah. But to answer your question, they can do that, but it does take some time.
Yeah.
But I'm like with Bubba. I think they're saying the ones that we have tested that were vaccinated are Delta, so we're assuming now that if you got more vaccinated people testing, and versus the fact that we weren't seeing them having any positive tests from the Alpha, you can kind of deduce some of that way too.
Yeah, we got an email from somebody vaccinated in March and was diagnosed with COVID yesterday. But they're saying it's like a sinus infection, but kind of a bad one.
We continue. Let's go to Gina. Or Jenna? Jenna, go ahead.
Gina.
Welcome.
Hey, how are y'all?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
Yes, sir. I just want to start off by saying I love y'all's show, and I love y'all. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you.
But I wanted to follow up on the traffic conversation because it just picks on my nerves. When I'm driving on the highway and I'm going the speed limit and I got people behind me riding my tail, when there's a dotted line next to me and no oncoming traffic come in and they can easily pass me, And it also applies to the interstate. When I'm in the left lane going the speed limit and they stay intent to ride my tail.
You got to get over.
Exactly
you got to get over.
It's not your decision.
You got to get over
to tell everybody else what speed to go.
No,
pass on the left and get back in the right.
If you want to go the speed limit, stay in the right lane. There's no need to be out there in the left lane unless you're passing somebody.
Yeah, pass, get over, no matter what your speed.
You got to get over. For the love of God, get over. You got to get over.
Well, yeah. That being said, I got this exact bumper sticker just because of this reason. I got a sticker that says "Get off my tail."
I got one that says "Please move. I got to get by you."
Right. Left lane is for passing. Is what mine says.
So, do we just meet one of those people?
Well, now she's saying, and the first part, what she was saying on a 2-lane, I'm going the speed limit. Why are you all over me?
No, I got it.
I got that part. I'm talking about the
other. If she just left it there,
I know.
Oh, yeah.
But then she had to go out and talk about
so
the.
give her half of her.
Yeah. I've always wanted to meet one of those.
Yeah, I think
I see your little eyes looking at me.
I think there's some sort of power thing there. The problem is they're the ones that get people in trouble because now we start trying things to get by them.
Yeah, you were panicking and trying to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just left lane, and I've looked up before and I've seen that I was in the left lane. I just get over.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I just get over. Well,
you're talking about going the speed limit, but you're not. You're not supposed to be playing the role of the blocking back.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
The blocking back.
Yeah, right. And just hope and pray that I never become king.
Yeah, there's times.
I think the odds of that are not very high.
There's times I've wanted a Maverick missile to be able to fire at people. I'll even play like I got a bug on the windshield and I'm lining it up right on.
First thing I would do, my first day in, I would bring out a dummy, not a real person. And I would bring the guillotine out, and I would say, "Here's what we do to people that drive slow in the left lane." And then I would go, "So we're going to be very serious about this, and if this is over the top, then I'll consider the dungeon." But I would work then as tyrannical leader to eradicate this planet from all slow left lane people, and I would do everything I could to do it. But I'm not going to be given that power, so everything's fine. So in the meantime, while I fantasize, let's just get over.
Wow.
It's been an ongoing problem.
Rick, the law says the left lane is for passing. Pass,
it's okay.
Move over, especially if somebody's coming up on you.
Just move over. It's fine.
Yeah. Unless you got a logo and a blue light on top, it ain't your job to keep everybody going at certain speed.
No, you're not a pace car.
No, we don't have those out on the highway.
Just get over. Wow. Thank you.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.